C4 is capable of dealing high damage to enemy vehicles and infantry, and thanks to the light assault's jump jets, it can be dropped from above onto enemies, usually without them even seeing you coming. I hope you enjoyed this brief little introduction to the light assault infantry class and their role in Planetside 2. Thanks very much, folks. We're all signing off.
The combined arms game in Planetside 2 is very diverse. In this video I'm taking a look at the air game. A selection of different aircraft fulfill roles from fighter to bomber to troop transport, and from targeting other aircraft in a bid for air superiority to harassing ground targets in order to support friendly advances and defenses. The most basic type of aircraft is the quick and nimble Empire Precision Fighter, or ESF. Each Empire has their own version. The VS have the Scythe, the NC the Reaver, and the TR the Mosquito. Each is different, but they all excel at the multi-purpose role of both dogfighting and ground support. The Valkyrie is a maneuverable small troop transporter. It can hold up to 6 players for quick insertions or extractions. The Liberator is the main gunship of Planetside 2, to be feared both on the ground and in the air, with powerful belly guns wreaking havoc all around. Finally, the Galaxy is the main battle transporter, holding up to 12 players who can man guns on all sides. Always be wary of enemy galaxies hovering over a base.
Welcome friends! Today I am doing a bite-sized overview of the max crash for the Server Smash team. So firstly, the max unit is considered a force multiplier. It has more health, more weaponry, and special abilities that regular infantry do not have. A max crash utilises these advantages by pulling as many maxes as possible, sometimes to overcome larger enemy forces or to tip the scale if populations are even. The idea is to concentrate an overwhelming force on a single point to completely overpower the enemies occupying it. A good max crash often has a few engineers to heal the maxes and keep them alive as long as possible. A good max crash also has at least one medic to revive any maxes that die, and also any engineers who may be caught in the crossfire. The revive time is much longer on maxes than infantry, so reviving them is always a risk. Usually a max crash is used to overwhelm a point contained within a building or part of a facility. The defensive max crashes usually take form inside spawn rooms, as they are the closest to the points and safe from outside fire due to shielding. The Biolab is the most notorious for having max crashes because there are multiple teleportation rooms with shields where maxes can gather safely. Max crashes are most vulnerable to vehicles, and this is why they take place inside on most occasions. They are also vulnerable to light assault C4 and to some degree rocket fire from heavy assaults. But usually a max crash will be able to overwhelm non-max infantry, meaning that max crashes are usually countered by enemy max crashes. The max crash isn't shy from public backlash, due partly to the max being the most tanky, most firepower laden, and with charge, the fastest unit, and as mentioned, a general force multiplier. Anyway, I hope this has made the concept of a max crash a little clearer. Thanks to Hyun who helped me capture this footage.
Hello everyone, Justisha here. This is a very short look at the importance of holding capture points in Planetside 2. To capture a base, you need to outlast and outlive your enemy. You do this by setting up a perimeter of maxes and heavies supported by engineers and medics. Here you can see a couple of examples of how this looks from both the attacking and defending side. The creed usually is, the more maxes the better. Alright, 3, 2, 1.
Don't worry about it.
A different tactic is to just get more bodies on the point to make sure it can be secured. This is often a last-ditch effort when a base must absolutely be taken.
Oh, they just dropped actually.
No, friendly drop, friendly.
Downstairs.
So on the point we've got 1 minute, but the more people the better. They can do a max crash and get it in one horrible sweep.
No, they're coming, they're crashing.
It's worth it.
Revives are absolutely essential to hold a point. In high pressure situations, this often results in so-called zombies, a mass of freshly revived players whose sole purpose is to maintain their hold on the capture point.
Keep the revives up, keep the revives up. No!
And sometimes desperate measures pay off.
Yes! Congratulations, Command. We just got it.
This is the most people I've ever seen in
Very
the
nice
story
done,
building.
everybody. That was...
Hello everyone, my name is Farah, I'm from Elite, and today I'd like to show you a small video about leadership in large-scale battles.
Excellent. Okay, out and look for more zombies.
Forces ahead now, massive overpower, take construction site beta.
No, leave it to...
We are capping Genesis terraform.
Yeah, I want to go to Genesis now. As a platoon leader, I'm looking at the map and I'm trying to decide where do I want to go next. In the south is Moonlight Foundry, I've got one squad of my platoon there from mid-October. In the north, we have our 3 squads from Viv, Mercenaries and Elite, all helping to save Ixtad water purification. Where do we go next? Do we go for the amp station? Do we try to go for power regulation off slightly to the west? Or do we go for, as we just realised, Genesis terraforming plant? Genesis I see is roughly 2 to 1 in our favour, but I know the enemy will spawn in and attempt to make a save, but the timer critically is down to about 70%, so there's only 30% left of the base to go, and with about 3-4 minutes left, I realise this is probably the better base to go to apply pressure, because if we can get the large outpost, it'll make a huge difference in the flow of the battle. We've got Sunder Genesis, let's go there. And until they come back to water purification, we want to go to Genesis. That's... No, stay at Genesis. That's it's a 2-minute marker. They're being kept at Moonlight Foundry, that's fine. So, Mercs, you stay at Ixtad Power Regulation, that's great. Everyone else, we're staying at Genesis Terraforming Plant. We'll hold on to this. In fact, we might even want to reinforce it, because this is more valuable than Ixtad Power. As a platoon leader, I'm looking at the map and deciding what can I do best. There are 3 key bases currently under contention. Genesis Terraforming Plant in the centre, which we're trying to get our hands on. Ixtad Power Regulation in the north, which is more of a diversionary attack to try and leech forces away from terraforming. And in the south, we've got Moonlight Foundry, but rather than making that free base and just allowing the enemy to take that, I've got 1 squad of my platoon there, holding up as much and as many people of the enemy team as possible. And right now, it's 3 to 1 against my 1 squad at Moonlight Foundry, but that's good for us because we are forcing limited players away from Genesis Terraforming, meaning that in Genesis Terraforming with 2 minutes to go, it's all working in our favour, because even if the numbers are 50-50, it would be more than 50-50 if those numbers from Moonlight Foundry were there. Just see what happens.
They're rushing now, they're rushing now.
Rushing.
Shoot.
Come on, this is one we have going on control.
Okay, Alpha, we only need 1 person at Charlie, let's move up. Let's move up any. Leave 1 person on the C point.
Big crash A point. Holy.
Move up, guys, move up. 30 seconds, move up. Right, 1 person stays at C, any moves up. No spawns in this. We defend Charlie, we defend the Bravo point. We can't get the A point, but we defend the Bravo point. Dropping into the fight as a squad leader, not platoon leader, I see that there are too many of my guys on Charlie point and we need to get to Bravo point. As we run to Bravo point, I see that the hostiles, far too many red indicators on the minimap and max indicators on the Alpha capture point. We simply can't take that, it's just not going to happen. But if we can hold the B point, we can still force the base through, which is why I tell everybody I can get my hands on, get to B, let's defend this building.
Get that battle somebody ready for when those max crash comes.
Just hold the B point, guys. Oh, see the C. Alright, the innies at C, get the C back. Arrows here as well, they'll help. We need to hold on to B. The main focus for everyone here is B. Arrow is going to get C for us.
Platoon 1, I hope you got a pretty going on.
Copy that. One is moving inside the bow lab.
We need to get B back, guys. Let's push it.
There's not too many on B.
Come on, B, go, go, go.
Can you move this? Yes!
Happy boys.
This is Landro on all call. 1 hour, 30 minutes until end of match. 1 hour, 30 minutes, and the first bus wave will be commence momentarily.
I want to switch giveaway.
Go.
Okay, guys, good job on the B. Redeploy. Guys, redeploy, save war, extra war purification. Let's go. Redeploy. Success! You've taken the base. Well done. But it's not over yet. There's still an alert going on. There's still a battle going on. Maybe it's a server smash that's still going on. Look on the map. As a platoon leader, what's under threat? We see that the enemy forces, because they have the amp station, are now attacking Ixtab power regulation in the north. We've now got ourselves Genesis terraforming plant. Time to redeploy, get out, make the save, stabilize the front line before you make your fresh attack. Congratulations on going to the base, but it's not over. Until next time, guys, see you in your axis.
Thank you for watching the Planetside Battles overview of vehicles, tactics, and infantry classes. We hope you got a feel for the scale of combat that takes place in this game, and hope you will stick around for our live coverage of the Guinness World Record attempt, which begins at 21 UTC immediately following this program. Welcome to Planetside Battles overview of vehicles, tactics, and infantry classes. I'm Redolent, and in the next few minutes we will explain just what Planetside 2 and Planetside Battles are all about. Planetside 2 is a multiplayer first-person shooter on an unprecedented massive scale. Thousands of players fight over contiguous territory unhindered by loading screens or instances. A never-ending war between 3 factions occurring across 4 continents, each 64 square kilometers large, about the size of the island of Manhattan. The game offers a scale of combat that is hard to describe to players coming from typical arena shooters. The movements of the hundreds of vehicles and soldiers you see is not a scripted event. They are individual players pitted against each other. There is no matchmaking, no round timers. If your empire is successful in capturing one base, you must move through open ground to the next one and keep up the assault. Planetside Battles was founded to pit the combined strength of each of the game's servers against each other in head-to-head matches on a separate competitive server. To date, we have held over 25 such events and watched as the tactics and organization of the players has grown and changed. To help explain some topics specific to Planetside 2, we have compiled brief videos from some of the game's most prolific YouTube video creators. The following will give you an overview of what to expect.
Good day there, once again viewers, this is your mate Kamikaze78 here, and for the next couple of minutes we're going to be taking a look at the ground aspect of combined arms in Planetside 2. Planetside 2 is a game of massive scale, and therefore the vehicles on the ground play a crucial role in any offensive or defensive situation. The Flash is a go-to vehicle for fast transport and reconnaissance missions, and is a must-have for infiltrators thanks to the ability for it to cloak. The Harasser is a fast attack vehicle designed for small squad transportation and guerrilla warfare to deal with high value targets. Now, speaking of high value targets, we have the Sunderer, the backbone of any situation. Its ability to carry a whole squad and to deploy for a forward spawn to be established streamlines any attack or defense, and its supportive vehicle ammo dispenser or automatic repairing upgrades are as important to any armor column as the extra firepower it possesses. The Lightning is the single-seater light tank, which brings high-end firepower on a surprisingly mobile platform, and its Skyguard AA weapon platform is crucial to deter enemy air presence that may be hanging around. And at last you have the brunt of the vehicle presence, the MBTs. Each empire comes with its own version of an MBT, hosting different weaponry and designs. The NC get the brutal Vanguard that thrives as a siege vehicle, designed to break through enemy lines. The TR get the double-barrel Prowler designed with an anchor system for long-range harassment and accuracy, with the VS using the highly mobile Mag Rider to flank their opponents. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a brief overview of combined arms in Planetside 2. I am Kamikaze78 and I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you on Araxis.
Hello everyone, Justicia here. In this video I'll quickly introduce the Infiltrator class. The Infiltrator is unique in that depending on its loadout it can be played both as long-range sniper and in close quarters, excelling at, as its name implies, infiltrating enemy bases. At long range, the Infiltrators are the only class to have access to high-velocity sniper rifles, capable of taking out enemies in a single headshot over large distances, while in close quarters it has access to powerful SMGs with extreme rates of fire. The most basic ability of the Infiltrator is the ability to cloak for a short period of time. Cloaking turns the Infiltrator from fully visible to shimmering translucent. The stiller the Infiltrator stays, the harder it is to spot. A special kind of cloak is the Stalker Cloak, that allows the Infiltrator to stay cloaked indefinitely when standing still. Infiltrators always have to be extremely wary of enemies using a dark light, which makes cloaked Infiltrators glow brightly in their faction colors. While cloaking comes in handy to sneak around unseen, a very useful ability once inside an enemy base is hacking. This allows an Infiltrator to flip the ownership of terminals and turrets to turn the enemy's base assets against them. But in infantry battles as well, the Infiltrator can prove invaluable because of the information it can provide on enemy movement with its special tools, the recon darts and motion spotters. These tools show enemies within a short radius on the minimap of allies, giving a tactical advantage to their team. Offensive tools available to Infiltrators are anti-infantry mines that can be used to cover choke points or backdoors, and EMP grenades. These special grenades take out the enemy's shields and disorient them, which is very useful in an offensive push to clear a building.
Hey there folks, Rel here, and welcome to Planetside 2. In this video we're going to be giving you a super quick breakdown of the Light Assault Infantry class so that you'll be able to understand their role and identify them in a fight. If you see somebody cruising through the air with the assistance of jump jets, that would be your Light Assault. They're the most mobile infantry class in the game, able to circumvent barriers like walls and buildings, avoid many of the standard infantry choke points, and fight from unexpected angles. Their primary weapons include the SMG and shotgun, which most other classes have access to, and they share access to carbines with the engineer class. Carbines in this game are meant to be close to mid-range weapons, usually sporting a better than average hipfire and rate of fire, but they're penalized when it comes to damage fall-off over distance. Light assaults can support their teammates not only by flanking the enemy from those unexpected angles, but also through their tactical grenades and C4. Light assault is the only class that has access to both smoke grenades and flash grenades, and smoke is useful for providing cover to your allies as they move from one place to the next, as well as forcing enemies out of an entrenched position. Flash grenades will blind nearby enemies upon detonation, which makes them useful for breaching rooms and heavily guarded areas. Lastly, the light assault is one of the best classes to make use of C4, which is your remote detonated explosive. C4 is capable of dealing high damage to enemy vehicles and infantry, and thanks to the light assault's jump jets, it can be dropped from above onto enemies, usually without them even seeing you coming. I hope you enjoyed this brief little introduction to the light assault infantry class and their role in Planetside 2. Thanks very much, folks. We're all signing off.
The combined arms game in Planetside 2 is very diverse. In this video I'm taking a look at the air game. A selection of different aircraft fulfill roles from fighter to bomber to troop transport, and from targeting other aircraft in a bid for air superiority to harassing ground targets in order to support friendly advances and defenses. The most basic type of aircraft is the Quick and Nimble Empire Specific Fighter, or ESF. Each empire has their own version. The VS have the Scythe, the NC the Reaver, and the TR the Mosquito. Each is different, but they all excel at the multi-purpose role of both dogfighting and ground support. The Valkyrie is a maneuverable small troop transporter. It can hold up to 6 players for quick insertions or extractions. The Liberator is the main gunship of Planetside 2 to be feared both on the ground and in the air, with powerful belly guns wreaking havoc all around. Finally, the Galaxy is the main battle transporter, holding up to 12 players who can man guns on all sides. Always be wary of enemy galaxies hovering over a base.
Welcome friends! Today I am doing a bite-sized overview of the max crash for the Server Smash team. So firstly, the max unit is considered a force multiplayer. It has more health, more weaponry, and special abilities that regular infantry do not have. A max crash utilises these advantages by pulling as many maxes as possible, sometimes to overcome larger enemy forces, or to tip the scale if populations are even. The idea is to concentrate an overwhelming force on a single point to completely overpower the enemies occupying it. A good max crash often has a few engineers to heal the maxes and keep them alive as long as possible. A good max crash also has at least one medic to revive any maxes that die, and also any engineers who may be caught in the crossfire. The revive time is much longer on maxes than infantry, so reviving them is always a risk. Usually a max crash is used to overwhelm a point contained within a building or part of a facility. The defensive max crashes usually take form inside spawn rooms, as they are the closest to the points and safe from outside fire due to shielding. The Biolab is the most notorious for having max crashes because there are multiple teleportation rooms with shields where maxes can gather safely. Max crashes are most vulnerable to vehicles, and this is why they take place inside on most occasions. They are also vulnerable to light assault C4 and to some degree rocket fire from heavy assaults. But usually a max crash will be able to overwhelm non-max infantry. meaning that max crashes are usually countered by enemy max crashes. The max crash isn't shy from public backlash, due partly to the max being the most tanky, most firepower laden, and with charge, the fastest unit, and as mentioned, a general false multiplier. Anyway, I hope this has made the concept of a max crash a little clearer. Thanks to Hyun who helped me capture this footage.
Hello everyone, Justisha here. This is a very short look at the importance of holding capture points in Planetside 2. To capture a base, you need to outlast and outlive your enemy. You do this by setting up a perimeter of maxes and heavies supported by engineers and medics. Here you can see a couple of examples of how this looks from both the attacking and defending side. The creed usually is, the more maxes the better. Alright, 3, 2, 1.
Don't worry about it.
A different tactic is to just get more bodies on the point to make sure it can be secured. This is often a last-ditch effort when a base must absolutely be taken.
Oh, they just dropped actually.
No, friendly drop, friendly.
Downstairs.
So on the point we've got 1 minute, but the more people the better. They can do a max crash and get us in one horrible sweep.
No, they're coming, they're crashing.
It's worth it.
Revives are absolutely essential to hold a point. In high pressure situations, this often results in so-called zombies, a mass of freshly revived players whose sole purpose is to maintain their hold on the capture point.
Keep the revives up, keep the revives up. No!
And sometimes desperate measures pay off.
Yes!
Congratulations, Command. We just got it.
This is the most people I've ever seen in
Very
the
nice
story building.
everybody. That was
Hello everyone, and welcome to another production from Planetside Battles. My name is Far, I'll be your main caster today, and with me is...
I am Redolent. I am going to be your color caster for what is by far the biggest event that we've done as an organization, and I dare say it's the biggest event that this game has ever done, Farah.
That is true. Today is our world record match. We're all super hyped and stoked for it. And we have a 1 hour special pre-game show that we're starting now. So the match start is in 60 minutes. That's when we're actually going to start. And we've got a ton of stuff that we want to talk to you about today. And I think you'll all be kind of impressed with what we've got.
I think so. So hopefully we have a bunch of people here who are watching. And maybe you're watching Planetside 2 for the first time and you've never seen exactly what this game is like and what goes on. Planetside 2 is a massive open world first person shooter. There really is no other game like it. It is a contiguous 64 kilometer continent that the people fight over. You can pull vehicles, you can pull infantry. There are no match timers. There are no boundaries for the individual maps themselves. There's no matchmaking. It is all one constant war, and that is what you're going to be experiencing in about an hour when we have an entirely full continent of all three empires going at each other.
Yes, and think about the selection here. How often does this happen? This happens every day, doesn't it? We got, what, 5 servers and they're constantly warring?
This is something that happens every day. We've had a lot of our players ask, well, why doesn't Planetside 2 already own this record? Well, the fact is it's a standing record. You can't just say, hey, well, we do this every day. You actually have to have somebody show up. And we, today at the SOE offices, there is a Guinness representative who's going to be marking down every player that we have to get the record. But what we're doing today is something that happens on multiple continents, sometimes multiple times a day on the servers. We call it in Planetside 2 pop locking, meaning that there's a queue to get onto the continent. And this is something, the large-scale battles is something that this game is built around. This is the entire purpose of Planetside 2. There's plenty of other shooters out there There's plenty of other tactical shooters and things like that. You play Planetside 2 because you want the massive battles. You want to look across a field and see 500 people charging at you. You want to see 30 tanks flanking around on the other side of a mountain.
There's also the immersion and the consistent playing and the sort of character progression and the fact that you know who your bad guys are. In Planetside, I know who the bad guys are. When I say bad guys, I mean my rival enemy factions, who they are, and I know that's a good guy or that's a decent guy or he's pretty decent, or I killed that guy and I just send him a tell saying haha. That's kind of cool because you don't get that in other type of games.
Something that really is a product of why we've been able to do this match is the community in Planetside 2 is unlike any other first-person shooter community I've ever been a part of, and really rivals some of the best MMO communities. There is a great deal of cross-faction talk and rivalry, scrims set up, outside play set up. There's a great deal of talk back and forth between servers, between different continents, between Australia and Europe and the US servers. And that's really what Planetside Battles is built around. We're built around organizing these events and these matches so that everyone in the world who plays Planetside 2 can play against each other. And we've been doing it now for almost going on a year now. And, we just keep on getting bigger and bigger, and the community steps up more and more every time to support us with these events.
Right, and I guess we'll get a little bit started here. I'll be explaining the map today for you and the setup we have. Today we have 3 factions. Coming from, we say normally 3 servers when we do server smashes, but we do have our 3 factions are all playing today, NC, TR and Vanu. And the difference today is that we have players from all 5 servers around the world, so Europe, America, Australia, and I'm sure there's other areas as well that managed to get themselves accounts. And today we'll be fighting on the most sort of asymmetrical 3-way continent we have, which is Hossen. And currently the map is set up as you see on stream. The territory split up is 32% each for NC and VS, and 34% for the Terran Republic. This was done by a flip system of who gets what warp gate, and then who gets ownership of Nason's Defiance. Nason's Defiance starts neutral, so the Terran Republic has to come there and make it fully captured before they can start make pushes in the center. Today's game is a 2-hour territory alert, so we're going to have a battle that starts in about 55 minutes, and it will run for 2 hours, and whatever faction has most territory is going to win. So as a brief rundown, we can see the Terran Republic is in the eastern warp gate. Key bases are such as Hade Skydock, Nason's Defiance is a large outpost, and also Bravata PMC with their large north outpost in the southern section where they're joining the VAS. To the east, that's a good point. We actually mentioned the streamers, sorry. Myself from Redland, and we're going to come to the faction organizers and the faction casting teams in a second, but the northern front with the NC and TR, that's going to be covered today by Poonarmers and Hellfox. And are they on PSB 3?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, and that's one of our alternate streaming channels if you want to watch that particular battlefront. Myself and Redland will be moving around the map, seeing points of interest, but that'll be a fight dedicated to the Terran Republic new conglomerate kind of grudge off in the north. For the western front, we have Shock and Dis. They'll be covering the new conglomerate and Heretic, it's my opinion of course, Vanu Sovereignty's fight in the south west. And to the east, between the Terran Republic and the Vanu Sovereignty, we will have Odin and Malorn, where they will be casting that particular battlefront. So if you're interested, you just need to check out the other Planetside Battles main channels, PSB1, PSB2, PSB3. Other than that, if you want to just watch the whole general fight, stay with us, me and Maelstrom, and Redland.
And it's interesting, this whole organizing as a faction. We're used to organizing by servers, and that takes a little bit of politicking. When you have the TR and the VS who maybe they don't like each other on one server, and they have to kind of come together for a server smash and put together a team. One of the things I'm going to be interested to ask our faction organizers is how hard was it to organize the entire faction across the world? Did the European NC not get along so well with the American NC, and there was problems there? Did everyone just say, hey, we want to?
That's a good point. Yeah, because we've only ever done like server smashes, playing for your server. We've never done play for your faction with all your fellow brothers and sisters, I suppose, across the world. So that'd be kind of cool. But that being said, we have a special interviewee today.
We do. Maelstrom, have you let him know that he's going to be coming down here?
No, I can go grab him.
Yeah, if you can go grab him, that would be great. We actually have a great deal of support from SOE to do this match. Without SOE's involvement and help here, we would not be where we are today. We would not be doing this match, and so we've had a great deal of support from SOE. And joining us today is Mr. Matt Higby. Hello, Higby.
Where did he go? Where'd he go? There he goes. Hey. Oh, where'd he go again? Can you not talk or what? Wow, this is like error number 1. Well, technical difficulties and all that. Wouldn't actually... What about now?
Higby, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. It kept switching me back into some other channel.
Oh, okay.
Alright. How's it going, guys?
Great. It's nice to see you as well.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is going to be pretty fun.
We're super stoked for this. We've never had anything this large before, and we're really interested to see how the server holds up and just how the battle rolls out.
Well, I mean, I think, like you guys said, we kind of do this pretty often, where we see this number of people, but getting everybody together in this big of a number in organized ways and seeing the entire kind of server community across all the servers come together and represent their faction, like you guys were just saying, it's going to be awesome. Can't wait.
One of the things we wanted to know is how much time, I mean, you know, we've put in a great deal of volunteer effort organizing this, getting all the players together. You know, lots of people, probably 40, 50 people on our end have been organizing this for a couple of weeks. How much admin time from SOE has been put into organizing this record?
Well, I think you guys have definitely put in the lion's share of the work on this, from organizing it on the website and all the work that you've done with Planetside Battles kind of over the last couple years. But, you know, Radar X does a lot of work to try to organize this stuff, and I know that he's been working with the Guinness folks. And yeah, so I mean, I think this is by far, in a way, a mostly community-driven and community-organized event that we're just really stoked that you guys have done it, and excited to sort of be able to solidify the game's reputation as a massive scale shooter by getting the official seal of approval on it, I guess.
Yeah, it's bringing on from that. Before Planetside Battles, you know, our organization came into being. Did you ever consider breaking the world record yourself? Was there ever discussion within SOE or why that was or wasn't the case?
I think it was something that we sort of talked about. Yeah, that we had a game that was breaking the record, and we could do it at some point. But I guess there was never any real organized effort to try to do it until you guys sort of started it as a community effort. I remember seeing the threads kind of on Reddit talking about it almost a year ago now, huh? Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, it's been just really cool to see that stuff being driven by the community. Something that I think we're really proud of, and if anything, one of the things that I love the most about Planetside 2 is our community and how involved they are in the game and how passionate they are about the game. And I love how much you guys are doing things, and you know, other groups are doing things to help make the game better and help make the game cooler and bring the game to a whole new audience. And I give you guys full credit and all the praise in the world for pulling off something like this and all the other things that you guys have done. It's been amazing.
You know, competitive events in Planetside have kind of had a little bumpy road, you know, throughout its existence. What do you see as the future for competitive events in this game? You know, we're running and we're doing these large stuff and everything. Where do you kind of see that going in the future of Planetside?
Well, again, I think, you know, it's going to sound like a broken record, but it really is down to what the community wants to see. I think that we've been able to see both sides of the spectrum in Planetside 2, from small-scale fighting like what you see in the Farmers League, where it's very, you know, individual skill-oriented, to the huge-scale stuff that you guys have been putting on. So I think Planetside 2 can provide a lot of different types of interesting, fun, compelling to watch kind of battles, whether it's an all-tank battle or an air battle or whatever. So it's really up to what the community wants to see. But what I want to do is provide better tools, especially better observer tools. And I think we've done a pretty good job with API tools for you guys to be able to build websites and stuff.
I know, that is key. That is very, very helpful.
Yeah, and I would love to be able to do the same level of, you know, sort of building things out for the community with the observer tools as we have with the API tools. But, you know, it's just a matter of getting the time to do it.
Well, I sent a few emails to David Curry, so...
See, with the release of Hossen, we finally out of construction phase. What are the base or level designers up to? I mean, are they working on refinement of existing bases and continents, like going back to Indar and touching up, or can we expect perhaps any kind of work on the battle islands? Like, what's Nexus up to these days? Is he just kind of chilling out?
Right now the focus is really on Koltir, which is the new sort of battle island that we're creating as part of the new player experience. And actually the way it's turning out, it's pretty interesting. So we might end up figuring out some ways to use it in a competitive aspect too, because it's a pretty well-balanced map with really kind of well-put-together bases in the middle. So it might work pretty well as a map for organized matches to go on. So we might see more than just the newbie zone use out of that. But then I know beyond that Xander, one of our level designers, he's very passionate about going back and fixing areas up especially on Indar, and especially kind of the areas between bases. I know that he really wants to like mess around with West Highlands and some of those other kind of stretches between bases that are just kind of grueling to fight through, and he wants to sort of give them the same treatment that we have on Amerish and Hossen, where the bases flow together and there's a lot more thought put into the way large bases and small bases connect to each other and how the roads between them connect to each other to sort of facilitate different types of armor fights and stuff like that, which I think you see on Amerish and Hossen, the improvement in the way that the flow between bases works. So I know that that's something that the level designers really want to go back and fix those issues on Indar and Esamir. Especially Indar.
This has been a really big month for the game. It's not just the record match here. You also launched the closed beta on PS4, which has started ramping up here. How many servers are up right now, and how many are planned for the PS4 closed beta?
Well, what we're trying to do right now is we're kind of building up the number of players that we're allowing into the beta pretty slowly. So we've sent out about 15,000 or 12,000 invites so far. And we have our server set up with only one continent on it, and we're really trying to kind of stress it slowly and make sure that we're fixing issues with it as we go along. But, the beta is going to be a couple months long at least. We have plans already for at least 3 updates and potentially more than that. So right now our main focus is just on controls and making sure that the game feels good on the console, and getting usability feedback and quality of life feedback integrated, especially with some of the new UI screens. We're really getting hands-on feedback from people for the very first time. So that's giving us a lot of areas where we know that we have ways to improve. So I can see the beta growing to be several servers. We are going to have a beta in Europe that'll be probably at least the same scale as the beta here in the US. So right now we had started with 2 servers. And this weekend we closed down one of them because we really want to stress out the zone hardware and make sure that everything is working as well on the PS4 version as we would expect it to work on the PC version.
See the player studio items. I've been asked this a lot now in Twitch chat and some other whispers. Can we expect to see all player studio items, kind of character cosmetics, helmets, vehicle stuff, come to the PS4 eventually, or is that something you intend for launch?
I don't know if they'll all be there at launch, but yeah, I think that especially the more popular ones, the ones that we know are players really like, those will see their way over to the PS4 for sure.
This is a little bit of speculation, but there is big differences in the way that the player communities on PC and the player communities on console interact, and just the general way they approach the game. How do you think the PS4 community is going to change how Planetside is played? Do you think it's going to be a big difference between the PC and the console community, or not so much?
I expect that there'll be a pretty big difference for sure. We have some experience in running a game on a PC and a console in DCUO. And so we know some of the pitfalls that can happen if, for instance, one of the communities gets a promotion and the other community doesn't. You can end up having a lot of kind of like super negative reactions, as you would expect. Something like that happens. So, we know some things that we need to make sure to avoid, and I'm sure we're going to step in some shit every once in a while too, just as we go along, because that's just kind of how it goes. But, the expectation is that it will be a different communities, and they're going to have different desires for the game. But our hope is, because we've been operating kind of as two separate teams, at least for the last year now, with the PS4 port team kind of doing their thing, and the PC team continuing to build features and work on balance and stuff like that on the live game, which is kind of all being inherited by the PS4 game. But hopefully with the PS4 launching now and reintegrating the team, we should be able to facilitate the best interests of both sets of gamers and, you know, as much as possible, make sure that we're making decisions that don't hamper the enjoyment of the game for either one of the groups.
Cool. Well, we've got some slightly more general-based questions just for yourself, Higby, so thanks very much for talking to us. But now I guess I want to ask, what is your favourite thing that you personally like to do in Planetside 2?
Oh man, that's a tough question. You know, I've been playing quite a bit. I used to play on my character Higby on Connery quite a bit, and it's funny because like I really love playing Planetside. I play 4 or 5 hours a day when I get home now, and it was it's my biggest stress relief, but it was also my biggest source of stress because I'm coming home from work where I'm thinking about Planetside the whole time. So I kind of stopped playing on that character just because people would send me tells about bugs all the time and stuff like that, and it kind of got to be a hassle.
Oh, do you have an anonymous character?
My alt character. I've been playing Light Assault pretty much nonstop, and I've been having a damn blast. You know, just any fight, figuring out some fun way to flank, and that's a lot of fun. And then I guess the last week or so I've been playing on Emerald and running around with a harasser on there and having a pretty good time with that too. So, you know, I think those are two of my favorite things about Planetside 2 in terms of the moment-to-moment gameplay.
What's your favorite thing that's been added in the last 6 months? You've had a lot of changes, a lot of stuff's come in. Do you have a
reserves are being handed out?
Oh, thanks, Just. Okay, just this year, thanks, man. Sorry, you were saying, what was your favorite thing you've added in the last 6 months, Higby?
Added in the last 6 months? I would say, I mean, I think directives are probably outside of the last 6 months. But in terms of actual gameplay features, I think the turret has been actually really cool in terms of giving the engineer a new gameplay aspect that's not something that really adversely affects the gameplay experience of everybody else. Like, he can do cool things with the turret and sort of duoing with the turret, but it's not something where, you know, my nightmare anytime we introduce a new thing like that is that the forums are filled with people going like, motherfucking turrets everywhere, and it's destroying the gameplay experience for everybody. So I think being able to add a new aspect to a class without it becoming something that's just like a nightmare for everybody else to deal with feels like a victory there. And I do think that turret can be a little bit stronger than it is right now.
Yeah,
I'm still happy with the way it went in without being overpowered. I'd rather it go in a little bit underpowered.
It seems to work best as almost like a thing that watches your back. It's not going to kill the guy, but it's going to tell you, hey, there's a guy who just came in through the back door.
Right, I mean, it's kind of like a decoy too, right? Like if you make that thing the obvious thing that they see first, then usually people will shoot at it a couple times, and you can, you know, get the drop on them then.
So, I was going to ask a few other things, like could you knock the turret over and just freaks it and blows up, kind of a la Half-Life 2, because it does seem cute in that kind of respect, but I don't know if there was much kind of talk about that.
You know, we kind of did talk about how much personality we wanted to give that thing, and whether we wanted it to kind of have, you know, voice sounds that when it's acquiring a target and stuff, and even, you know, we had goofy discussions about, you know, okay, we can sell voice packs for your turrets then, and then that'll be a whole new thing, and blah 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 blah. But we kind of decided to go a little bit more primitive with it, and I do want to do something with physics on it, but the only thing that would really affect that is like doing a charge into it, or
sure,
or a grenade maybe. Impact would do something.
Well, we all heard that your
react to flinch by tilting over. That would be kind of funny.
Sure. We all kind of heard that your best bud, at least as it appears to us, left. Is there any chance? Do you still keep in contact with T-Ray? And is there ever chance of a rum and cola reunion?
Yeah, I do keep in contact with T-Ray, and you know, I know he's loving life out there right now, and you know, wish him all the best, and I hope there's a chance for a rum and cola reunion at some point. I love that dude and miss him a lot.
There, you know, there's a large patch on the PTS right now, and there's a lot of vehicle changes that have happened. You had a big vehicle test here a couple days ago. What are you trying to accomplish with those vehicle changes? There's a lot all at once. You know, obviously, you have a goal in mind.
Yeah, there's a couple things that I'm trying to get done. One of the goals that I have is that I want to make the Empire-specific weapons be the more all-purpose ones and move the Nanite Systems ones to being the more situational ones. And that's really tough with weapons like the Halberd being as dominant as they are, and even things like the Cobalt being as dominant as it is in sort of an all-rounder type purpose, without nerfing those weapons. So what I decided to do was kind of juice up the Empire-specific ones and give them some, faction-flavored traits, mainly as a way to try to make them more desirable, but also as a way to give all of the Empire-specific ground vehicles a little bit more burst damage and sort of speed up the ground armor gameplay a little bit more. So those were kind of like the main goals that I had there, was I wanted to make the Empire-specific main battle tank and harasser weapons a little bit more appealing, so that people kind of moved away from using the Nanite Systems weapons quite so often.
This next question is...
Nanite Systems weapons, I mean.
Sure. The next question's one from myself. I'm currently working in Directives, the Leadership Directive, so I just recently got the Exceptional, and the black looks amazing. And I was wondering, with the Leadership Directive, especially helping new BR 1 through 10 1 through 20 characters is, one of the ways you get progressive ribbons. With the new continent of Coulter, and that being players BR 1 through 10, is there going to be any tweaks to the directive system, perhaps? Just, for, platoon leaders that want to help new guys, but half those kind of numbers will now be on the new continent.
Yeah, I know. I've kind of seen a couple conversations about that, and I agree that it's definitely an issue. I think in general, those squad leadership ribbons, they really pay off when you're kind of low level with a friend who's also low level, but they don't work very well for people who are already really invested in the game, and then they're running around with even mid-level players. If you have low-level friends, then it's a cool setup, but it doesn't work particularly well for veterans. So it's something I think that we can make some improvements to by kind of scaling out the levels that are allowed for it. Instead of it being such a low level, maybe make it just be a lower level than you are, instead of it just being a flat, BR20.
All right. So another thing that we notice on the PTS is that the NC are getting a makeover with the new art director who just came on. Is there any plans for an NC audio revamp as well? Both the other Empires got that at some point.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, we redid the VS audio and we redid a lot of the TR audio because we really felt like those ones needed to be differentiated in terms of audio signature and in terms of audio quality to be able to be kind of at the same level as we felt like the NC was overall. So, of course, there's individual NC sounds that could be made better, but we felt like the Empire as a whole had a better theme and a better kind of overall sound quality, and the other ones were below that. So that's why we kind of upped those ones. But kind of overall, we feel like they're all a little bit more equal now. Now, that's all completely subjective. Some people are going to think that the NC ones were always the worst sounding, and they're the worst sounding still. That's kind of the art, I guess, of audio game design. But I think individually, there's a lot of sounds that can be made better or made cooler, but I wouldn't expect to see a big revamp for NC audio.
Well, see, during the Christmas event, I'm not sure who this idea was, I'm not sure if you were aware of it, but we all noticed that on the ammo crates, Nanite Ned was in the ammo crate. Do you know who put that in there? Were you aware of it? And is that a secret hint of his return? Will there be future Nanite Ned content?
We made a Nanite Ned video for the holiday, for the the holiday show that we put on. How we kind of did a little variety show. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we made a Nanite Ned video for it, and it was so shitty. It was so bad that I was like, oh man, this is even too bad for a Nanite Ned video. We can't do it. It was too terrible. But I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Nanite Ned pull the helmet back out of the closet one of these days.
And I guess the last question for today is, will you be taking part?
Oh yeah, today, definitely.
Yeah. I would ask what faction you're playing for, but I think it's pretty obvious, right? Who are you playing for today?
Oh, I'm playing for NC for sure. I got to get my cowboy hat on.
All right, man, cool. Thanks for sitting with us and talking with us today. We really, really appreciate it. And I hope you have a good time.
You guys doing all the work that you do. Thank you so much, and thank you to all the players out here who are participating and helping us literally make history. How cool is that?
Super cool.
All right.
Okay, Red. Moving on from the interview, we now have to talk to our faction organizers. Can we go grab them? Just have a quick rundown with them over.
There's actually a video that you were supposed to show beforehand.
So there is. Now let's skip that. Let's go to faction organizers.
Okay. Let's go ahead and see who is around. If you want to talk about the map for a second, I'll go try and grab some people.
Sure. So what Redolent's speaking about is top plays from our previous Server Smash tournament, which we'll show probably if there's time in the pre-game show, but our interview with Higby went a little bit long, but hey, I'll interview Higby all day long. We have a game to run, however, so there we go. There we go. All right, hey Red. And Negator.
And Negator is here. So Negator is one of our faction organizers for the VS faction, and we just wanted to talk a little bit about what exactly it took to get to where we are right now. I mean, and actually Lanzer just joined us. He's the other faction organizer for the VS as well. So guys, what exactly did it take to get here, to get 384 people plus the reserves here today?
Well, off the top, I mean, having played Server Smashes for the last 9 months or so means you get pretty solid all the outfit leads on your server. So it's pretty easy to talk to one guy, tell him to bring me 12, and in short order they'll have the bodies. Now, the sign-ups, which I think Redolent you made, did you make that?
No, that was actually, I think, Maelstrom who made that. Or Justice, I don't remember.
That cut out about 75% of the footwork anyway, so I was able to look and see who was truly interested and get in contact with their outfit reps, get a force put together in very short order, and it was pretty easy, actually.
And, one of the other things that we were unsure of, we knew that we'd be able to get the bodies, but we were unsure as to how the different servers and their factions would work together. Does the VS have an overall force commander? Are they all just kind of work with people on live using command chat? Do they have an air group? How did the actual strategic organization go?
A few meetings and talking together server groups. We had a few folks from Brig step up that put together the skeleton layout for the entire force. Really, it was like setting up for any normal server smash. We decided where we're going to start, where we're going to hit, who's going where, contingency plan, check numbers, and that's really all that went into it, at least on the surface. The Briggs guys did a lot of work putting together comms channels, who's talking to who to keep this number of players organized, and a lot of interpersonal work, getting the right people in the right spots to make sure you got reliable leads in place.
You mentioned that there was just a great deal of people who wanted to come in and be in this event. We had over 4,000 people sign up on that sign-up sheet. Who was, did you ever have somebody who signed up or who got into the match and came and asked you for an account that you were just surprised? A player who hadn't been on in forever, or somebody that, doesn't work with somebody else on live, and here they are saying, no, I'll be in their squad. Did anything like that happen during the organization?
I would say that the vast majority are folks that they're interested in community events. And once in, they were, almost all of them were very happy just to play. Obviously, we tried to get them all with their outfits and, get them the experience they wanted. But, yeah, we didn't have any issues with folks being unwilling.
All right. So, Dotzer, are you here to talk about the TR side of things?
Yes, I am.
All right. So, how did things go on the TR side? How was organizing the entire world's worth of TR to show up today?
Pretty much our TR in general, a bit superior. I mean, massive turnaround. It's just a shame at the end of the day we couldn't get everyone involved who actually, show interest.
Now, do the TR also have a command structure? Do they have a force lead and air squad and stuff like that?
Yes, we do have a force lead, and it's pretty much going off in my other ear at the moment.
Got last minute battle plans?
I'll not discuss any sort of battle plans yet.
Because there are none. I was like, what do we do?
So I don't know. Did anything surprise you in the lead up to this event? Was there anything that as I mentioned it to Negator, did anyone show up that you were just like, oh wow, I can't believe that they're asking to play? They haven't played in a while, or were any daggers set aside from people who normally don't work well together?
No, not really. I mean, we've had little to no drama. But what shocked me the most was pretty much how fast the turnaround was. It was pretty much like, people came forth as a server rep, and the next thing a week to it later they came with the initial roster list, and they're not very envious position of having to pick people, and that happened pretty much within a week. We had pretty much 50% of the work done in the first few weeks from the actual sign-ups. And what was it like? You say you have a force leader. Now that's a little bit easier for one guy to be in charge of the entire faction or the entire server, because everyone kind of plays each other. You see each other's names. You might know, hey, that guy's a good leader. I've faced him before. Were there contentious meetings about the setups for tactics and stuff like that, or is everyone basically just kind of banding together to support their faction? Everyone's pretty much acting as a faction, rather than the individuals. I mean, everyone on the TR side wants the TR to win, because in my eyes they should win. No bias there. It's one of those things where it's not like a server smash where people are divided by the servers, whereas now it's for your faction. You're playing for your faction.
Is there any faction zeal going on? Some fervor? Some perhaps Warhammer quotes?
I deny that there may have been some role playing by certain individuals.
Okay.
I am curious for all factions. We've had this happen before in Server Smash. People who are so amped to be doing this, they actually pay real station cash for.
Oh, that's happened. It has.
Yeah, for the accounts. By the way, the accounts that people are playing on today are loaner accounts. Basically, these were created by SOE specifically for this event. We give you the account, you log on to play in the event, and then you give them back to us. So people putting money into these accounts to buy shinies and nice camos and stuff. There's no guarantee they'll ever get that account again, and we've had people put as much as $20 into account.
Sometimes more, yeah.
I'm waiting to see somebody running around in bright, shiny yellow max armor or something.
I apologize for not forgetting the name, but I know during the Server Smash record final championship match between Cobalt and Emerald, didn't somebody buy like American decals for the shoulder patches, so all the American outfits had American shoulder patches?
Yes, that is true. One person for I believe it was either the Emerald championship match or the one before it bought the entire Emerald team the US patch to put on. So
that's pretty awesome. Small revenue stream, but pretty awesome.
Yeah. So we also have both of our NC organizers here, and basically, guys, Luya and Pizza, tell me a little bit about how it was organizing the entire world's population of New Conglomerate. How did that go?
Well, I'd probably say, Luya, I'll let you go.
I guess the easiest way is, do you know the NC TK record on live? They're pretty similar out of live as well. So it's been fun, and it's been getting funner the closer we're getting to the live day. But the organisers, everyone around, has been brilliant. The reply from players has been awesome, and people have been really reciprocated, I think that's the word, to joining in and actually fighting for the NC.
Now, do you have a faction commander, just like the other two factions? Is there just one person, maybe a couple? And do you have different groups that have set up, air group, things like that?
I don't want to give too much away.
Is there a force commander? How hard is that? Come on.
Yes.
And is there a battle plan, or are you all just going to shoot each other with shotguns in the warp gate?
And I think the idea is to warp lock the VS.
Oh, the VS? Why the VS, not the TR? This is interesting. Go on.
Orion.
Because we need to pay back for the Orion and all those months of Zoe and floaty tanks.
Jealousy.
It is jealousy. I agree. As a fellow VS, I agree. It's just jealousy. Now, since while we have all three of you on here, we do want to talk about tactics because there is the distinct possibility whoever wins this event, whatever faction, might be nerfed immediately by Higby. Higby's playing. He's playing in the match today, so it's a real danger, you guys. If you win, you might be putting your faction right front and center for him to look at.
I don't know if the others have anything in place, but I can safely say the NC have plans for if we happen to win, and I don't think we're actually looking to win. I think we're actually looking to throw this because we don't want to be nerfed.
Typical NC. Hashtag.
All right, guys. Is anything else that you guys want to bring up before we move on?
Anything you want to throw out to the stream or say to anybody or shout outs before we head off?
I do. Just a massive, shout out to the TR server reps and either organisers like Angie. I can't thank you enough for the effort of work you put into this, and I'm sure the same goes to the other peasant factions.
Okay, guys. Any retorts before we move off? Because I can't leave it hanging like that.
Yeah, again, sorry, Nico. Massive thank you to every single person who's been involved on it. It's been a lot of work. There's people who can't be here today who have been organising the NC from day one. So big shout out to them. I'm not going to mention any names because we'll do it later. And hey, who cares what matters because we're the only ones free around here, so...
Any gates or anything?
My Orion is ready, that's all.
Okay. Alright, cool guys. Well, thanks so much for checking out. We're going to head off to a little kind of brief video showing the top plays from a previous server smash. It'll just, as a brief review, we showed this during the championship match, such as the intro, but it's our top 5 plays from server smash, perhaps something we can expect in this current game. And then we get back, we'll talk to our other casting teams who will be covering the northwest and eastern fronts. So don't go away, we'll be right back.
A lot of amazing moments came out of this tourney, from the sheer spectacle of 200 aircraft flying out of the warp gate, to the exhilaration of a last-moment base resecure. These are the top 5 plays from 2014's Server Smash tournament. We start off in the second week, with Cobalt facing Connery in the continent of Ambush. NC Arsenal is a linchpin 3 capture point base that starts off neutral in the north of the map. Winning the opening fight here gives a server a distinct advantage over the top 3 lanes, and so both servers had some impressive plays to try and gain an edge. Connery dropped an anti-vehicle squad out of ejection seat sides to lay mines on the road and set up a Lancer nest, both of which played havoc with Cobalt's large armor pull from Sungray Westgate. In the end, Cobalt proved more tenacious, slowly pushing Connery's anti-armor players off their hills, and getting a crucial spawn sunderer tucked in behind the buildings to allow fast respawns.
Connery is trying to get them A. Cobalt just needs to hold on for 20 seconds. This is huge. The fact is Connery needs to get this point and they can stall this base out so much longer. Cobalt gets it. It is a massive positional play in the north. And it doesn't look like there's enough infantry for Connery. Cobalt gets the base.
Sometimes bases are won after a single enemy mistake. Other times it takes more than a bit of luck turning your way. Miller almost gave away Tumas Tech Plant for free after failing to repair the blown SCU generator when capping the base early in their match against Emerald. They redeployed forces for a last-minute resecure of the SCU room to try and avoid disaster, but Emerald moved behind them back onto the point for a last-minute showdown.
25 seconds to go. Here comes Miller up the balcony. Here come the Maxes. Most of the consumables have already been used by these Emerald forces. 19 seconds to go. Miller's going up to the balcony. Why are those Maxes going up to the balcony? With 10 seconds to go. You need to get on the capture point, son. What's going on? 10 seconds. 9. What is Miller doing? Get on the point. Okay, here finally they're on the point, but 3 seconds to go. There's too many Emeralds. Is Emerald going to get the base? 1 second to go. Emerald gets the base. I do not believe it. That was a huge blunder by Miller. What were they doing? They had this base.
Server Smash victories often come down to the appropriate use of force at the right base and the right time in the game. The The next top play is a classic example of feinting for one base and capturing another in return when the enemy moves to counter. Connery has a well-known affinity for attacking tech plants, and it looked like it was in effect again halfway through their match with Miller. However, Connery quickly redistributed their players when Miller came in force to kick them out of the tech plant, and wound up capturing Watterson's Redemption, their real objective, practically without a fight.
Oh, look at that! There's 48 to 96 new conglomerate Miller forces at the tech plant. That is almost criminal! Criminal! There's so many NC that is a tech plant, and what's going on Watterson's Redemption? They've lost it. 20 seconds! I do not see how the Miller force can save Watterson's Redemption. They need to get 2 capture points in the next 15 seconds. They're just watching all the angles as they're coming out the spawn rooms. And that's it. Well done to Connery. They have managed to take Watterson's Redemption.
Emerald has become known in their brief time together in Server Smash as a server with many different tactics at their disposal. One both Emerald teams are great at is small squad harassment action. In the Emerald vs Cobalt match on Ezimir, a squad of only 7 people from the D117 outfit were absolutely tenacious in their dedication to keep Matherson's Triumph under contention against a much larger force. While Emerald never captured the base, keeping the timer moving in their direction prevented Cobalt from pushing into the weak Rime Analytics lane and deep into enemy territory. This constant harassment by a very small group of players forced Cobalt to spend resources and large amounts of troops against a small squad, and was a substantial reason Emerald won the match.
Okay, now they've spawned in. I was going to say the numbers were kind of lying the situation. Here comes the Galaxies, but there's still an Emerald Air Force in the skies. Oh, but there comes Cobalt's Air Force as well.
This is an incredibly dangerous
It's a critical amount of seconds. It gets exponentially quick at the very, very end. Okay, it's back to 2 minutes 40, but they have to hold on to the A point. Okay, look at the number of reinforcements that are coming on the map. That is a very, very large force of Cobalt's NC now here on the base. And okay, it was close, but I do not see... No, that's it, it's game over.
The number 1 play for the Server Smash tournament was part of a furious assault that Miller engineered in the middle of their final tournament match against Cobalt. An outnumbered Miller force manages to capture Gurney Dam despite having no secure spawns and being constantly hammered by Cobalt Air, and then moments later saves their ownership of Construction Site Beta with only a second to spare.
Gurney Dam, 20 seconds to go. Even with air support, it looks like Miller's gonna get this.
Miller is just now flipping the point at Beta.
Really? Oh wow, we're coming there as soon as the space flips. Wow, Miller takes Gurney Dam. I can't believe it. Okay, we're at construction beta. Oh, 15 seconds to go, and it looks like this is going to be a Cobalt base. What's all the lightnings doing? You're not kidding! What the hell?
Yeah, there's a lot of fighting on the point. If Miller could just get more people in here...
Oh, it's flipping again?
Taking out the shotgun harasser, though.
Oh, okay, it's res grenade wars going off. It's so close. Miller needs to get bodies on the floor. The Cobalt still has control of the capture point. Is this Sunder going to come in? Are people going to spawn the Sunder? Are they on the point? Miller's back on the point again. It's razor close. I think Miller might have just gotten away with it. Alright, let me show you all these vehicles, guys. What is going on here? I heard you needed some... It's like the Lightning sales depot.
Unfortunately, Miller's aggression wasn't enough to prevail in the game, but their constant assaults kept Cobalt guessing late into the match, making for one of the closest and most back-and-forth server smashes ever.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the top 5 plays there, put together by our Redolent no less.
And now we're going to go and give you a brief overview of our casting teams that are going to be casting each front. We're going to hop down to our Western front casters. That's going to be the NC versus the VS. That's going to be Shock and Diz. So we're going to move down there right now.
Hey guys, how you doing?
How's it going?
Doing well.
So, you guys are on Planetside Battles 4, our channel, and what front are you guys covering today?
We are covering the Western Front, so NC versus VS.
And as a VS player, Shock, are you looking forward to this, or?
A little bit. I'm looking forward to kind of seeing what's going to happen. I know there's going to be some decent action on this front due to, Hurricane's right there and a couple other bases, but, the VS have some people on them that I know a lot of my outfit is there, the Future Crew guys, so I'm kind of excited to see what they're going to be able to do today. But yeah, I'm excited. We'll see. I mean, I don't really know who's going to overcome. I think it's going to be a really close battle. I've like been looking at all of the kind of like lists of people, like the NC list, the VS list, even the TR list, and there's a lot of people playing in this, and it could really go either way.
Now, both of you guys are, pretty competitive players. You both have very competitive outfits. What's your favorite thing about Planetside 2? Why do you guys, stay in it? Why did you make it your main competitive game for so long?
Well, I mean, for what we do in the farmers, I know that my outfit, our favorite thing to do is the small to kind of medium-ish infantry fights. We like to attack, defend, and see, can we take this base even though we're outpopped 2-1? And when we can, that is far and away the most rewarding thing for us.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that too. And with my outfit, it's been a lot about just the community as a whole. I enjoy, not only playing with Future Crew, playing with people that I've been playing with for 10 years plus in the Planetside series, but also, coordinating with AC, they're longtime friends of mine and other outfits as well, and just kind of like making things like Farmers League, that what we do, Diz and I do, a reality, and just community events like this are a lot of fun. We like just being, at least I do. I like being just around the other people that make the Planetside 2 community really just pop and really just be the thing that it is today.
Given the populations, it's probably going to be heavy everywhere, but do you particularly see anywhere between the NC and VS front that's going to be a hotspot?
Honestly,
okay.
Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, looking at this, Fort Drexler, depending on who kind of wins the initial push, Fort Drexler and or over to Cairn Station, that lane is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Okay. We'll leave you guys be, and we're going to jump up now to Planetside Battles 3. That'll be the north front between the TR and NC with Hillfox and Poonarn. So good luck, guys. If you guys want to watch this particular front rather than the general battle with myself and Redlint, then go watch Planetside Battles 4. Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing great. Hey, there you are. Sorry. Something really amazing happened. Higby showed up at the Amarish NC Warp Gate and started giving out cowboy hats.
No! He's giving out cowboy hats? That's not fair!
It was amazing.
That would explain the message. Once you've got one, go away. Man, everyone's that. I'm jelly. I'm super jelly.
But he's just in the NC Warp Gate.
No.
This is an unfair advantage. This is an unfair advantage now, man.
It's cosmetic morale support.
You think you're jelly. The TR are upset because they all went to their warp gate, and it's like, where's their hat? Where's their hat?
You don't get cowboy hats, yeah.
You should have made it clear. In all fairness, only one faction has a cowboy hat, but
yeah.
But they had a dream. They had a dream of Republic.
Well, you guys are in the north. You're covering the TRNC Grudge Civil War match. I don't know. You guys are on Planetside Battles 3, so if you guys want to watch Poonanners and his assistant Hellfox, then you can watch on Planetside Battles 3's channel. What do you think about the northern lane? Do you think any points of interest you want to talk to us about, Poonanners?
Well, I hate on Skydock, obviously. That's where people really get locked in. It's kind of a people suck, but it's not as bad as a lot of the people sucks that are very well known in this game. So it'll be plenty fun. You're going to see probably it get taken a couple of times and people fight over it. It's just a really fun base to fight over. And it's easy to take. It's easy to defend. It's very well balanced. I enjoy that base a lot. I enjoy filming it because it's very easy to get into. Just a little bit of scaffolding and you're good.
All right. So again, this is Planetside Battles 3. If you want to watch Poonanners and Hellfox's antics, and there will be antics in here, right, guys?
A little bit. I'm going to talk about freedom. Going to talk about love.
Going to talk about frame rate crushing.
Oh, yeah.
So this is our casting team on the north front. This is NC versus TR, and this is Hellfox and Poonanners. And go over there if you want to watch them. We're going to head up to the next casting team.
Hey guys, how you doing? You guys are watching the Eastern Front between the Terran Republic and the Vanu Sovereignty. So how are you guys feeling about that?
Very, very excited. I think that after looking at the map and looking at the three-way match that we did about a month ago, I think that there's going to be a lot of good and great fights going over on this side of the map. So I'm really looking forward to fighting on this side and watching what goes down.
I think we're going to see a lot of DACA, and TR are going to win.
Yeah. Did you see what T-Ray was doing, Malorn? Have you heard what he's done?
What has he done?
He is on the NC Warp Gate handing out free cowboy hats.
Not T-Ray, Higby.
Oh, Higby, sorry, Higby. Higby, apologies. Higby's on the NC Warp Gate handing out cowboy hats right now. It's not fair.
They need that. They need that because they don't look nearly as good as TR.
Yeah. So, I mean, are there any particular bases on the Eastern Front between the TR and the VS you think there's going to be a point of interest?
I totally believe that at the end of the day, we're going to see the 3-point base on the far side, the Genesis terraforming plan. I think that's going to be the linchpin for this front. This and the amp station is probably going to be where we see the most biggest fights go against. Maybe even Nason's Defiance as well, even though that's kind of in the center. But I really think that Genesis terraforming plan for both sides is going to be the one that they either want to keep or that they want to push on.
And one of the great things about on this stream, guys, we have very different styles on all the different front streams, and one of the real big gets we got here was having Malorn as our color caster. Malorn used to work for SOE. He was a level designer, and he did a lot of work on Hassan. So he's going to be able to give us a lot of really kind of in-depth about bases, about how bases are designed in this game, and why some of the fights that you see happening are happening. Because believe me, that isn't accidental. They spend a long time trying to figure out how to get player flow to work and how a match can actually, or how a fight can actually develop within a base.
And I guess I've got the question. The unique thing about the TR is the way we did the random rolling system and the selection process. The TR has Nason's Defiance. Admittedly, the capture points are neutral, but how do you think that's going to play into this kind of fight? Because they're kind of in the middle of everyone.
Malorn, what do you think? That's your baby.
Yeah, Nason's Defiance is one of the bases that I made. Actually on stream, on the Work in Progress stream, if you guys have seen that. But yeah, I think it's centrally located. It's mostly offers flanking routes. I think you'll see typically more action at Gurney Dam and Broken Vale and Woodman ASE labs. But Nason's allows you access to cut across and attack those and put constant pressure. So it's a real nice strategic point to have. Very hard to take if they are actually defending it.
Cool. Right, well, guys, if you want to watch the Terran Republic Vanu Sovereignty Eastern Front, can't guarantee there's not any Russians playing for the TR, then you can come to Planetside Battles 2, that's the channel. Casters will be Odin's Pride and Malorn, who doesn't want to listen to Malorn. And good luck to you guys, and we'll catch you at the end.
All right, good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
All right,
okay.
We are set.
So, I guess there's a few other minor things that I need to cover now just before we go into our ref speech. We do have about 4.5 minutes to go. If I show this here, this is the beginning of our new production overlay done by, oh dear. There we go. That's all good. Right, so this is our new production overlay done by Maelstrom. Isn't that right, Maelstrom?
Yes, I've worked very
So we have a new bug in the top left. It will overlay the territory percentages. Those are the main numbers. We also have this bar here, so when a base flips, it'll give you notifications. We'll have a clock on the start of the game. And we also have some additional but familiar Server Smash stat things. So we've got a kill overview. Of course they're not there because we haven't started yet, but there is a kill graph. I will come back to it. The kill graph comes here as we've seen before. There is a stats section that lets me pull up players, outfits, weapons, kills, vehicles. We'll bring those stats up as we come along. And then also we have our ye old cap graph bar, which will show, and that will basically show who's captured what base, when, where, and how. So this is a lot of work that's been done by Maelstrom. It is live, it's in sync. So, you know, we'll bring it up on stream, and hopefully it should improve the viewing experience for you guys at home to see what's going on.
All right. Why don't we go ahead and play the open and get this show on the road?
Roger that.
Where we come from, we each fight for loyalty, for freedom, or perhaps enlightenment. But not here. Here we cast aside our disparate beliefs, our barriers and preconceived notions, and band together as a global force to engage in some of the largest competitive battles this world has ever seen. We are the squads, the platoons, the empires and servers, full of players coordinating a complex game of strategy and tactics. This is where combined arms happens. This is where war comes to play. This is Server Smash.
Okay, everyone, as we see with the countdown clock at the bottom, we are 2 minutes and 10 seconds away. Just about to start Redland. We've only got 2 minutes, as I was saying. Are we all prepped? I think we've got everyone on continent.
Justicia is our referee. Did everything look good from your end of how this is going?
Yep, everybody's moving over. We're set to go.
I'm going to head over to the Terran Republic's warp gate to see their exit. What are you going to do, Red, on the beginning?
I am actually going to be at Mulak Tech Plant. One of the things, there's so many people on this continent here, we've actually had to spread people out. Think of it like, lying on a nail bed. If everyone was at the warp gate, things probably wouldn't be going so well. So we've spread people out to some of the larger bases along the outside, and it's quite a sight. We have galaxies kind of perched on top of buildings. And
oh man, it is very impressive. Here, let me go to the Tech Plant in the north, guys, and quickly show you. We've got 1 minute and 20. Are we in sync with the guys casting this beginner? Are we going to have a shout out on alert, or what's the goal here?
The alert will start. Bang on, I've got Radar X watching the timer right now.
Cool stuff. So we got all players ready. Oh wow, it looks very, very impressive. Almost ghostly here. Just silent galaxies ready to start.
Yeah, 1 minute to go.
And guys, we will... oh, there's the broadcast.
Right, I'm going to take away the... oh, we can see the clock. I'm going to take away the timer on the bottom. Well, here we are. Months in the planning, ready to go. You psyched, Red? Because I am pretty freaking psyched right now.
I am definitely psyched. This is definitely some of the biggest battles we may ever witness.
If you've got anybody out there who plays FPS or wants to see this, I know it's a bit late now, tell them about it. Put it on Twitter, put it on Twitch. Send people messages, because we're about to start. In the next 25 seconds, there's going to be the world record attempt on the most number of players in an FPS.
And we already have everyone already gathered up. They're gathered up in multiple places around here. Where do you think they're going to be heading?
Oh man, the entire front line, all contentious bases. Every point is going to have something going, even if it's small. Hade Skydock TR is going to go to construction site beta at the beginning because they want to make sure they get on the capture point, just to prevent, a cap on a 3-point base, perhaps. We might see some fighting at the biolab. There goes the alert.
And there we go.
We're live.
Good luck.
And we're beginning at the Tech Plant, so the first number of forces of TR are heading off. All of these galaxies are full, because we have a 2-minute ruling where your one squad can only pull a full galaxy, 1 full Sundra, or 2 Valkyries. Surprise, surprise, there are no Cirque Pinatas I can see, Redland. What about you?
I don't see any Valkyries over here. I think that's less to do with the...
See that? 1,098 players in Hoss, and it's unofficial until the end, until we get the word, guys, but that's a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. That is an unofficial count. We'll be getting the count from Guinness as they can give it to us. Already seeing the TR and the VS engaging each other over Genesis terraforming down here. Where have you headed to?
Well, we were going south. It looks like there's a TR force, perhaps going for Gurney Dam or Nason's Defiance. A lot of drops currently going over, fighting for the biolab. We can see both forces bringing in lots of sky whales. I wonder if the whales will stay in the air and try ram each other. It looks like that's what's actually... Yep, we've got some whale wars going on.
Lots and lots of galaxies, and they're keeping the galaxies alive, or they're trying to. And without any ESFs around, it's just whale wars. They're bulldogging each other. They're firing the walkers at each other. This is really epic stuff here.
If we actually kind of go into the biolab briefly, this being a can biolab, we can see that huge numbers of NC have turned up to the biolab. They are at home having a jolly old time. The TR has managed to get themselves set up on the Bravo capture point of a can biolab, but there's just so many NC and so few TR. I think this is perhaps just a diversionary attack to prevent any form of pressure being applied to Eastern Acan storage depot.
And interestingly, the TR do not seem concerned about this at all. They've dropped their entire forces on Akan Southern Labs, which not only gives them the
good point, yeah.
Although they're being contested right now, I'm going to head over there right now. But that, if they manage to...
2-minute notice on all call. All players are allowed to pull all vehicles. No more vehicle restrictions.
So that's a 2-minute call, which means that this game now will start to have ESFs in it. It will start to have Valkyries and harassers and things like that. All the players are at their respective locations, and we're going to start seeing big air battles. So these galaxies that have been floating up unharassed are going to start getting harassed again.
And so we're currently watching the stream now at Akan Southern Labs. It looks like there are more Terran forces, or they might not have motion detecting the new conglomerate forces at Akan Southern Labs. But we do see that the capture point is actually in the hands of the NC, even though it looks like there's plenty of TR on the western building, just not deciding to push out. Could just be that motion is lacking, though.
This is just a very, very difficult base to push on. It's incredibly open, and especially with these galaxies and the air incoming, it's so exposed. It's so very difficult to...
Well, it's 4 points looking down on multiple levels. They've got, and we can see that the new conglomerate have got squad beacons, and they've got the high ground with heavy assaults, not just light assaults, and they're dominating the control point. Terran Republic's coming reinforcements. Wow, that was a near suicidal new conglomerate galaxy, perhaps trying to ram the Terran Republic's galaxy with the point. They've got reinforcements. They've brought in some maxes. They do have a Sunder set up now in the garage that's set up bringing in fresh reinforcements. The numbers, however, they're enough. They're definitely pushing back the NC. The NC's making a right nuisance of themselves, delaying the stall in this capture. It's still 3 minutes 30, plenty of time for NC to get in. So, if we look back for a moment and have a look at the map and see what's going on, we can see that the new conglomerate have got 2-to-1 numbers in their favour attacking Hades Skydock. Further down the battlefront, practically all the Terran Republic numbers that was at Akan Biolab have been pushed out and are now east Akan Storage Depot. That means that those numbers that are defending Akan Biolab could in theory go down to Akan Southern Labs and help make a save. Nason's Defiance, we have a large tier of Republic force saving Nason's Defiance, allowing to make a further push. There is a small Vanu force at Ixtab Power Regulation taking Ixtab Power Reg. There's a 50-50 fight going at Ixtab Southern Pass. Genesis Terraforming, the Terran Republic's played their hand, they're going for the Terraforming. That's the large outpost belonging to the Vanu Sovereignty. And Nettlemar Gardens has been attacked by a small force of the Terran Republic. As for
I am down here at Takon Storage, and this is 1 minute till cap. Notice that when we asked Shock and Diz what they thought was going to happen here, they said Fort Drexler was going to be the big slog. Well, the VS are about to lose their connection to Fort Drexler because of this really, really great point hold that the NC have going on here.
I think we'll go down there next. Yes, we were saying that Broken Veil is currently uncontested. Hurricane Storage has a reasonable number of Vanu forces, perhaps they've been a save. Hurricane Western Pass is actually being attacked by the VS, so they wanted to take their vulnerability to the amp station, so they're taking the Western Pass. That's where their main play is. Although they are outnumbered almost 60 to 40%. You're correct in Takon Storage, 50-50 numbers, and the NC is going to take that. We're going to warp over there, and then Ruha's Distillery, NC has number advantage. We're going to leave Akan Southern Labs and see what's going on over to the south between the VS-NC line at Takon Storage.
And then you have to wonder how
wow, check this balcony out, dude. That's a lot of NC on an upper platform on a construction site base.
And Takon is so difficult to push into. It is the construction site from hell, really, with that upper raised platform. It's just a firing line to get back in there. And it seems like Takon is our first capture of the match. And that goes to the NC. Right behind it, however, is Ixtab Power Regulation, which the VS are... Oh, it's just getting... I'm going to fly over there very quickly.
Where, sorry? Ixtab Power Reg?
Ixtab Power Regulation, yes. It looks like it just got resecured at the last possible second by the TR, I think.
Oh, I went to Hurricane Western Pass. Sorry, but it looks like the capture point is being messed with on the lower section. The Vanu Sovereignty back here?
There was a massive resecure. I didn't get here in time to see it, but there was just a massive resecure from the TR at, I want to say, 5 seconds left. The VS are just trying desperately to push back in here.
They do have population, though. They do have 2-to-1 numbers, Ixtab Power Reg. Perhaps they're redeploying it to provide extra forces. Hurricane Western Pass was just saved by the NC. I'll come over and join you now, Ixtab Power Reg.
It was a valiant effort by the TR, but unfortunately they weren't able to guard both sides of the point. They only
Yeah, well, this is the thing. They're outnumbered, and I just like a counter push by the Vanu Sovereignty, which is what we're seeing as they're loading in. And we see there's a lot of numbers, and with 20 seconds to go, there's simply not enough Terran Republic numbers. We look at this and we see they're outnumbered 60-40. But at the same time, the Terran Republic on the southern front against, well, the west-eastern front against the Vanu Sovereignty, they're losing extra power regulation, but they're gaining Nettelmire. This will be worth it if they get Nettelmire, but crucially, there's 50 seconds in the capture point of Nettelmire. The forces of Vanu that are currently at extra power regulation, if the redeployment allows it, they can get to Nettelmire and help make a save.
And this is the huge thing about this game. At this high strategic level, it is entirely about force distribution. All the force commanders are doing is they're staring at their map and basically playing Risk with real people. They're trying to move their forces around and play those clocks as long as they can. So I guarantee you the VS Force Commander right now is trying to move as many of his free characters over to Nettelmire Gardens to stop that with 24 seconds remaining.
It looks like the Vanu forces perhaps beginning to apply pressure to Ixtab Amp Station, or the fact that just Terran Republic are bringing vehicles and forces from their Amp Station back to Ixtab power regulation to keep them off. There's a small cap going on at Gurney Dam. The fight for Hurricane Western Pass is still ongoing. I'm going to go there now. Can you check what's going at Hade Skydock and a can storage depot, please?
Yes, I'm going to head up there right now. Interestingly...
Oh, Valkyrie! I saw Valkyrie.
We kind of figured that tack-on lane would be a very still lane. It was in the three-way smash that we had. It was very difficult for anyone to gain any territory, and I'm very surprised that was our first base to get captured. I believe there was probably some gaming going on there with the NC about getting people onto the point before the VS could make a move onto the next base.
Well, we're currently at Hurricane Western Pass on stream, and apart from the occasional... Oh wait, no, here come Galaxy reinforcements for the new conglomerate. They're up high. I don't know if they're going to get reinforcement drop. Yes, we've got squad droppers. They're getting rid of the beacons. Now they've got 80 seconds to make a base cap save. Second squad of the NCs dropped in at Hurricane Western Pass. They've got 75 seconds to make a save. That's a third squad from a third galaxy. They need to make their way down to the capture point, which is what they're doing. Have the VS cordoned on what's going on, and they're going to reinforce, because we can see the NCs coming from both sides now. Still barely holding on to the capture point with 60 seconds to go, though. There's too many NC numbers on the outside.
Yeah, that 60-40 is just killer with that much time remaining. They can put so much pressure on you. There's just so many more people who can come through that door, and you can't possibly respawn fast enough as an attacker to get back onto the point. At Hade Skydock, the TR have put 60% pop onto it and have, for the most part, kicked the NC off the points at least. The NC are certainly still here trying to get back in, although it looks like they did just remove their population. It just went down to 1v12 for the NC at Hade Skydock.
So, fun stat, what is the top weapon today? So far?
I'm going to guess it's the Orion.
It's the Orion. It is the Orion. There you go, guys. And we see the VS are slightly on top with kills, followed by the NC, then followed by the TR. But that's no signification of progress, because we've often seen teams that have fewer kills actually get more progress done on capture points.
Well, and something that is a huge difference in metagame compared to Server Smash is you do not want to take the lead early. Having the lead too early in a three-way match is pretty much you're destined to lose, because it means that both other empires will say, hey, who am I going to take territory away from to try and win? So I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing some of the empires that are capturing a lot to try and back off, basically tell the other guys they want them to come after them. You don't want to get too large of a lead here, because then you have to defend it for 2 hours.
Currently watching the last 80 seconds in Gurney Dam, but the Vanu Sovereignty are right outside the capture point and they're pushing into the square building. It's very hard to defend this once the enemy actually forces their way in. A lot of down TR and the capture point's flipping. Too many VS reinforcements have come in. When we look at the capture, the pop numbers, they're outnumbered. Oh, it's only 54 to 45, but it really depends whether or not the TR has spawn sunders, and we can see in the minimap the spawn sunder's too far away.
And just so many grenades, it's such an open cap point. You know, all the VS had to do was...
You got 4 points of entry, that's the difficult part. You have to watch everywhere, and your back's being flanked 3 different ways.
Of course, now the problem is that when they're holding the point, if the TR can mount a counteroffensive, they could basically do exactly what the VS did. I think that actually the TR Oh yeah, they have too far.
We can see that the TRs made a full save of Nascent's Defiance. No one actually tried to make a stall of the Nascent's Defiance save, and that's why the Terran Republic can apply pressure at Gurney Dam, and it also looked like there was small pressure at Broken Vale Garrison. We can see the Hade Skydock fight is stabilised. The Eastern Acan Storage Depot fight between the Biolab is stabilised. There was an attempt by the NC against Woodman ASC, but that is being saved by the Terran Republic. So right now the front line against the NC and TR is relatively stable. The fight with the TR and the VS, however, is fluctuating. Nettlemire has been captured by the Terran Republic, and Ixtab Power Regulation is captured by the Vanu Sovereignty. There's still heavy fighting going on between Eastern Substation Genesis Terraforming Plant, and the Terran Republic tried to get Ixtab Southern Pass, but been pushed back. There is a small force.
Storage was 16 seconds away from.
I see that.
VS. And a massive group of Maxes and Ingis just crashed it for the NC.
That's a heavy Nana investment then, isn't it?
It is. We're trying to play some Revive Force here, but there's just far too many Scat Maxes up here.
Oh, we can see the cowboy hats. I can see the cowboy hats. I think that's all they really need.
Cowboy hats OP, obviously.
Yeah.
Maelstrom, unfortunately, you didn't put that stat into your stat tracker. Kills by
how many kills per cowboy hat, yes. It's a ferocious firefight going between the two buildings of the Vanu Sovereignty and the New Conglomerate. But you have to say that it's working in favour of the New Conglomerate because they have the capture point, and the longer this drags out, the more it's going to be saved, or the more the capture point will be reverted.
And you can see that the VS are trying to get Asunder up onto the point. That's really the only thing that can help you break into this base. We'll see this the later the match goes on. People will try and get Sunderers and Harassers with short-range Bulldogs and if you're NC, shotguns, and get it onto the point. It's really the only way that you can push through these doors when there is just that...
It's a force multiplier. It gives you the extra oomph when numbers are against you, and you usually you want to use the vehicles in the last 60 seconds. You want to keep your forces away from the vehicles, keep them outside the building, and if you do get pressured in, then that's kind of like your ace in the hole to force the fight through. Because you have to assume that the enemy team is going to redeploy with more than what you have to make a save, and even more so desperately as the timer progresses down.
You know, it's interesting. You look at the fronts, and it definitely seems like the TR and the NC both said that they wanted to push to the south early on and go after the VS. That's where the gains are. It's not that they don't have forces up in the north, it's that they both chose the same places to go to. It's a almost dead even 50-50 fight at Hade Skydock. It is a pretty well dead even fight in the area around the Con Biolab. And what really surprises me on the NCTR fight is nobody's up at Awful Pit and Cressel's Crossing. No one has sent even a squad of people up there to say, hey, let's see if we can go steal something.
Well, this is the thing. Okay, so we do have a small NC force, perhaps getting set up at Root House Distillery. I just wanted to see what was going on here. Doesn't look like there's any serious numbers, however. It just seems like an empty base. Most of the number population seems to be too close to tackling storage. That's why it shows as many as there are. The Terran Republic, however, they're chipping away at Broken Vale, and Broken Vale is one of those bases where everybody gets a turn because it's a really easy base to flip. We're going to go over there now.
It's such a difficult base to defend. You almost are in a different hex when you spawn in to try and get to the point. And I'm trying to see if the TR have been sneaky with...
Oh, twin Valkyries! The Valkyries are trying to shoot down the NC infantry on the roof. Or maybe they're shooting at the side. I'm not sure how big this is going to go. One Valkyrie's burning, he's flipping. Where's he going? Oh, he bails and gets out just in time. Smoke has been laid on the roof. The capture point has been retaken by the New Conglomerate. Looks like they've got the roof. Looks like I'm seeing lots of dead Terran Republic markers. The New Conglomerate have made a save and they've got the capture point back, so Broken Vale has been saved by the NC. Red's grenades are going to go out, but...
You can see just how quickly those Valkyries die. The Valkyrie is a real risk. It is, it's a great little platform to drop small groups of 6 people onto a point, but it is incredibly weak.
Wow! Or... somebody got a Sunderer right up to the capture point. The NC's managed to get a Sunday right up to the capture point. I've never seen that before up here. Way out from the vehicle base, so that's a huge advantage for the defenders because of the no deployment field for attackers. It almost negates the attacker's bonus of Broken Vale due to the distance from the... Oh, and I say that, and here comes a Valkyrie, the one thing a Valkyrie's good at, and that's Sunder killing drop-ins. Beautiful Valkyrie play there as it bumped my observer camera out of the way, and it kills off the Sunder that was being extremely effective at close reinforcement times on the capture point at Broken Vale Garrison.
That is what the Valkyrie excels at. Dropping 6 people with tank mines on a Sunder, on a hard point, and just taking it out instantaneously. You don't need to survive that long. You just need it to survive long enough to get your guys over what you want to take out.
Problem is, the NC at the moment for Broken Vale Garrison, they're too well trenched in. There's too many people at the point. The Terran Republic doesn't have kind of like a distance, and they're just dropping kind of people in piecemeal at the moment. So it was a nice attempt at Broken Vale, but they're going to have to come back and think again. I mean, they're outnumbered 70% to 30, so... so if we have a look at the line again, you're right, no fighting at Kettler's Crossing, none at Awful Pit. I guess that's just not popular. The fighting still going at Haydock, kind of back and forth, small numbers. At Construction Stamp Beta, those forces ready to go on. The Biolab is 50-50 population numbers. Nason's Defiance, no one really going on.
Hurricane Pass was just resecured by the NC.
Which one?
With about a minute left to go. Hurricane Western Pass. There was a very large VS population here, but the population evened out, and the NC came and dropped via Galaxy directly onto the point to swap this back in their favor again.
See, the Terran Republics abandoned Nettlemire Gardens. They lost their attack on Mulek Foundry, and they're abandoning Nettlemire Gardens. I wonder what they're going for. Perhaps they're going for Southern Pass, and it'll be a base trade for Southern Pass for Nettlemire, but the problem is Nettlemire is a quicker cap than Southern, so it does give them the option to redeploy. I personally am going to go to Root House Distillery in the southern lane to see the VSNC and how that's going, because there's very large 96 plus numbers going on at this base.
You know, one of the other things we haven't seen yet is, even though it's been several minutes now since they could pull ESFs, I have not seen any large roving bands of ESFs. I'm going to go around the continent. That's something that it's difficult as a pilot in Hassan to get mass groups of air through the trees, but if you can do it, if you have good enough pilot skill, air is what really it's a force multiplier like none other in this game. If you can get your dedicated Air Force in and start ground pounding, you can take bases that you really have no business taking with the population that you have.
There's a tight little new conglomerate defense going at the capture point of Root House Distillery. They've done a really good job at keeping the Vanu sovereignty forces outside of the double doors on the capture point. But with 70 seconds to go, I can't help but feel that the Vanu sovereignty should just be able to force their way in. And with consumables and the close quarter combat that is inside a capture point like this, yeah, here goes. Max charges in. Oh, there's a counter at NC. Max, he's chasing after him. Hey, bro, where are you going? Come back. Oh, they double kill each other! No way, was that a double punch or were they double rocketed? Oh, the Max is down. Capture point, however, it has been taking back the Vanu sovereignty. They've got the cap point. They're pushing to large stairs. A lot of smoke. I'm trying really hard to see what's going on. I don't want to get the observer camera. On the extra reinforcements and Maxes, and okay, we got some zombie grenades going off. Let's see what's going on here. I think though, you know, the VS sovereignty, the Vanu sovereignty's got their self-control of the base, so they've made another save in the south, and well, they've got 65%.
Pass. Just as I said, hey, I wonder where the air forces are. The NC Air Force showed up in mass.
Hurricane Western Pass.
Hurricane Western Pass, just absolutely dive bombing with rocket pods everything in sight.
And look at this as well. We were talking about the base trade between Nettlemire Gardens and Nixtab Southern Pass, and you're right, this totally flipped. The TR just mega redeploys to Nettlemire Gardens, and the VS mega redeploys to Nixtab Southern Pass, so both caps are then negated.
There's a great deal of brinksmanship going on with force commanders at this point. You know, there is several layers of just simply redeploying. It isn't just enough to redeploy your people there. Maybe if you're attacking, you don't attack with the full amount you're going to. You only send 24 people there. Let them think you have a small force, and then as the time ticks down, you drop an entire platoon just to make sure it goes through. And as defenders, you can do the same thing. You can make somebody believe you're not coming back until much later, and then at the very, very end, drop something on. Now that they have their air forces up, now that they can pull whatever vehicles you want, you're going to see force commanders moving those assets around to try and get this resecured.
Also, we're currently seeing force commanders playing it safe. Rather than risk everything for the base you want, we're seeing force commanders saving the bases they have. And normally, I would agree with that. Keep what you have, then try and attack what you don't have. But I would like to see the game of who plays chicken first. You know, you're staring down equal cap timers. Do you just go for it and try and take the enemy base, gambling that they may take your base and you lose the attack? It's to be seen how that kind of plays out. Now, it's another Valkyrie. I like the use of Valkyries being used as short transports. I'm not entirely sure what these Vanu forces are going to be able to pull off here. They're heavily outnumbered at Hurricane Western Pass. I was just about to go to the Terran Republic lane.
They actually just got popped there. VS now has 55% pop at Hurricane Western Pass.
Oh, so fresh reinforcements then, because the cap timer is technically on 2.5 minutes if they were able to flip it back. But this is all upper floor fighting. I mean, yes, they've managed to hack the vehicle terminal, the equipment terminal inside this kind of building, and that does offer strength for So consumables and max resupply. Okay, here's the Sunder. That's what I was talking about. They need a spawn location. Case in point, a Sunder that's deployed. And they're bringing in extra reinforcements. This is another big play now by the Vanu Sovereignty against the new conglomerate.
I've moved over to Ixotab power regulation on the VSTR front, and the VS have brought Sunders onto the point with them here. This is something we talked about, the force multipliers of some of these vehicles, if you know how to drive them up here. However, they're very, very vulnerable to light assaults, and this guy's going to get C4 in just a moment. There are a lot of TR coming back in. This, last I looked, was a 50-50 fight.
So the Vanu Sovereignties managed to get themselves Hurricane Western Pass. It's now in their hands. It's a 3-minute base capture. They've got Sunders and Lightnings on the southeastern side of the base. It's to be seen what kind of response the new conglomerate pulls off here. The Vanu Sovereignty are beginning to get into sort of spawn room camping positions, keeping the enemy at bay at a distance. They've got 76% population. This is a big play right now by the Vanu Sovereignty. And at the same time, however, the Vanu Sovereignty is losing Hurricane Secure Storage. So they're gonna, you could see that the NC can afford to take Hurricane Secure Storage, then come back to Hurricane Western Pass. Let's go over to Secure Storage briefly and see what's going on.
Also, Gurney Dam is 1 minute from capping for the TR as well.
We have Sunder Group Wars in the south. Looks like NC... they're trying to take care of the VS Sunder on the underneath of the capture point. I love the fact that they're using very irritating harasses as force multipliers with canister shotguns on the top. Capture point is 40 seconds to go. We don't see actually many NC forces inside the capture room, and they're being flanked from the other side, so it looks like VS forces may make a save. Harassers need to kind of rotate around if they want to be useful. We can see why this is the case now. There's a deployed VS Sunder on the western side, giving in fresh reinforcements. Much faster to the capture point at Hurricane Secure Storage.
39 seconds at Gurney Dam, and the TR have managed to get a Bulldog Sunder up onto the platform. That they're just hammering the VS who are trying to get down to those doors now. This looks like a much more secure hold from the TR at Gurney Dam than the last one we were looking at. And
you see the Sunder?
To deal with the Sunder yet. It's still there. It's smoking. It's damaged, but it's not dead.
Double Furies though, just pounding away at the main entrance, the obvious one that everyone would want to run in. 19 seconds to go. Stealth Flash, what's he gonna do? I saw that briefly. Right, watching the other entrances. 11 seconds. It's time to run in. I don't care if you care about your life. You run inside now. We see a VS Infiltrator. Nope, he doesn't get anywhere. All the Terran Republic, they're watching all the doors. They're watching all the entrances. I don't see how the VS can get in. They don't have enough time for all the different flanks. Terran Republic takes Gurney Dam. Now it's up to them to clean up and see what they can do. Now, did the
difference of having that force multiplier there, I really
the Sunder helped a lot, that's for sure, because they were coming across the one main bridge. They weren't using the spawn teleporter from the rear, and it took them so much longer to make an enfilading flank around the capture point. They didn't have enough time then to push in. Now, the real thorn on the Terran Republic side now is Ixtab power regulation. If they can get Ixtab power regulation, it prevents them from being attacked in so many different directions. And if they can get Ixtab power regulation and Ixtab Southern Pass, it makes a far more homogeneous front line for the TR, and it works greatly in their favour. Hurricane Western Pass, however, the storage was saved by the VS, and looks like the VS are going to actually capture Western Pass. Oh, we need to go over there and have a look. With 6 seconds to go.
There are a lot of NC who are coming across this bridge right now, though.
Oh, but the Vanu Air Force is pounding away.
Yes, so we've now seen two different air forces, both the VS and the NC, at the same base too.
Oh, but the Vanu Sovereignties, they're being pushed right to the capture point. We see the new conglomerate coming down to the lower platform. They are still being spammed galore by the Vanu Sovereignties Air Force, and this will probably be the force multiply that will get them the base if it flips. We still see VS being able, with Maxes and infantry, being able to hold the outskirts of the capture point. I don't think the new conglomerate can get in and make a save. That being said, there's a medic. There was a medic. There's our friendly little Spitfire turret, being a valiant defender on the capture point. Seeing more and more NC forces coming in now from the west. Oh, they got Maxon on the point. Oh, it was so close. All the VS they're not going to get it now. It is a big save by so many explosives on the floor. It's a dangerous place to be, this capture point.
And we have those PPA sites that are just absolutely doing
so close. It would have been a much easier cap without it. They're still hammering away with the PPAs, you're right. but the NC makes a save. Possibly, well, in fact, they're still at Huracan secure storage as well, but we can see that there's actually more numbers than you think at Huracan amp station, because this hex here that I'm showing in the minimap, that's actually the capture point, so the capture point isn't actually in the hex of secure storage, so it can give misleading numbers when we're looking at the minimap. Gurney Dam, the numbers have actually dropped off radically. I wonder where the tier is going. Mega force is being applied to Ixtab power regulation. Now, if you're VS, do you try and save Ixtab power regulation, or do you just give it up and say, you know what, it's too much hassle for its worth?
At this point, I think the VS need to choose what they're going to save. They've been, basically, it looks like, been being pushed by both empires right now, and with that, you don't have enough people to stop it. You need to choose as a command staff, hey, this is the line and no further, so that you can make a push later in the match. Only 30 minutes has passed. There's a lot of time left in this game to make comebacks and gain territory again. You know, choose what you want to save and stick with that. If you lose other stuff, it's not the end of the world right now.
Plenty of Sunders for the Terran Republic, Ixtab power regulation, good force multipliers, a huge pool, we're talking like a platoon plus, could probably force this, but it requires the Vanu Sovereignty to make the decision. It looks like they've been applying numbers really at keeping Genesis Terraforming Plant from ticking down any further. They actually had to make a save of Mulak Foundry, but there was a cap going on there, so the Gnelitmar Gardens cap failed. The Mulak Foundry is being now attacked by the TR, but it's being saved with the VS. Genesis isn't really going anywhere at the moment, although it is technically halfway on a 2-base cap, so it could be quicker if they get all 3 capture points. Ixtab Southern, you can see fresh galaxies coming in, so we'll go there next, and it looks like the capture point for Ixtab power regulation is going to stay in the TR hands, and they're going to get this. Where are the VS numbers at the moment? Are they heavily engaged against the NC?
They are. You know, they seem to be really keep on trying to push Tachyon, and they're back again at Huracan Western Pass. It's obvious that the amp station is a major focus from them. It's what they've made their entire play based on, and they just keep on going back, and unfortunately the NC know that now, and they can just wait until the last second and drop people on them.
Well, looks like Ixtab power regulation. We'll stay here just in case. No, it's unlikely there's going to be a redeploy, especially with half a platoon here. We'll go to Ixtab Southern Pass, because Ixtab Southern Pass is another one of these bases where it actually favours the attacker fairly heavily, because if we go here, we'll see if they've done the same thing. It is actually possible to get a Sunder on the capture point deployed on this section here that I'm highlighting. Alternatively, a fallback capture point is this section here. You can get Sunder, and you can be right on the capture point, providing a significantly shorter reinforcement time for the attackers. It doesn't seem like they have any Sunders, they're just using reinforcement galaxies above the capture point. And the Vanu Sovereignty coming from the spawn room, they're not flying in, they're coming from the spawn room. They don't have enough forces. You have to wonder how organized perhaps certain outfits or factions are at the moment. It looks like the Terran Republic is going to pull a double play against the VS. They've got themselves Ixtab power regulation, they've got themselves Gurney Dam, and now they're going to get themselves Ixtab Southern Pass. And we can see that they've also doing Mulak Foundries being re-attacked.
They have moved all of their forces here, and they're, again, the VS Air Force is here. They are trying to use those PPAs.
Oh, check the map now. Redeployment side, in come the Maxes, in come the reinforcements. The VS says, no more, this is ours. They're making a play, they're making a nanite investment. We can see that they're pushing along the bridgeway. 40 seconds to go though. Where did those Terran Republic galaxies go? They need the firepower of those bulldogs to suppress. They don't have the force multipliers. 30 seconds, easy. In comes Mag Rider forces and Sunder reinforcements. This is a big play by the Vanu Sovereignty. If they don't get this cap point in 26 seconds, however, it'll be a big blunder, but I don't see that happen. In comes the first heavy assault. They didn't get to the capture point. Last defense now by the Terran Republic. No reinforcements. If I was a Terran Republic commander, I'd send everything I have right now. Make sure this cap goes through. Astonishingly, it got to the 16-second marker, but finally the Vanu Sovereignty is pushed onto and swarmed the capture point. It's not necessarily over. It's still a vulnerable cap point. Where did the TR go? They've left Genesis terraforming. They've only got a small force at Mulak Foundry. Did they go to, oh, big redeployment east on the Khan storage depot, and it's made a save there against the NC. Look at that, 96 plus.
And that's, you know, you look at the VS and NC front, you look at the TR and VS front, and huge changes since we started this map. You look up at the northern front between the NC and the TR, and practically nothing's changed.
Still, I think the TR probably dropped the ball slightly at Ixtab Southern Pass. They did make a kind of a flinch redeploy, mega redeploy Eastern Acan Storage Depot to make a save, and I get that, but they could have gotten Ixtab Southern Pass. With better Sunder placement, the Galaxies still being in the air, and we see they're back, so they may actually redeploy in. It's not over yet because the TR is making a play to get this back, and they are beginning to bring reinforcements, but they could have gotten this first time round. The Galaxies are running into each other, being bailed out of, and oh, well, but the problem is this time round, however, we can see that the VS forces still have their scythes flying around in the air, and they've got air control. So if the Terran Republic get them here, Sunders are going to be vulnerable. Case in point, this guy isn't going to live very long, and they don't have air control, and they don't have the ability to resupply in. So it's risky.
With 30 minutes gone in the match, why don't you show some of the statistics that have happened here?
Sure, I'm going to just fly over Brewhouse Distillery, and then I'll bring up some stats.
And looking at the map right now, Mulak Foundry was being attacked by 1 to 12 TR. I couldn't find them. I suspect it was significantly less than a squad. And the VS had to deploy in 12 of 24 to come get them. And that's the issue with redeploy side is you can force significantly more than your number to come and deal with a base. You can be a single infiltrator and you can get an entire 2 squads to come after you.
So within half an hour into the game, we are currently on 14,500 kills. We have almost 1,000 TKs. Moving on to the kill graph. We can see that the NC is slightly in the lead compared to the VS on the kill graph, and the Terran Republic is lagging ever so slightly behind. However, the Terran Republic is in the lead with 36%, and so kills don't show the whole picture.
And you see that a lot. You know, the group who is in the lead tends to be the group who manages to get the most bodies in the point, and it's a valid tactic to basically say, platoon, don't charge into that point and die. We have medics who are going to chuck res grenades in there. Well, that doesn't get you kills, but that gets you the point, and that's...
Oh man, what is terrifying in a lag environment? 4 Maxes using charge, warping around with the anti-infantry guns just mauling you apart. The attack on Brewhouse Distiller just got annihilated with the 4 Maxes, and that's it, it's over. They got the capture point back, and now they're beginning to push back to the Sunder from the NC. Oh, Huracan's Western Pass, is that actually finally going to go now?
So close, 20 seconds. It's come down this far before.
Loading in, loading in, loading in.
15 seconds.
What, did I go to the wrong base?
The VS do have the right amount of pop. 5742 at Huracan Western right now.
Maxes and C4 and grenades in the cap point, trying to see where the NC is. Nowhere to be seen on one side, unless it's not rendering. Yeah, it's probably not rendering. No, they got it. Persistence, persistence, persistence pays off. And the Vanu Sovereignty finally gets a full defense on Huracan Amp Station, and that opens up a potential attack to Fort Drexler, which is pretty tough, but possible. Terran Republic, however, has got the capture point at Ixtab Southern Pass again, and they are actually now applying pressure, and they're 40 seconds away from their cap. We'll go see what's going on there.
I'm here, and unfortunately the VS are trying that same trick again, and the TR no this time. They have just absolutely got everything trained on the spot where the VS are trying to cross that bridge.
Well, we're just going to have a quick look at the... I'll finish off on the stats, by the way, sorry, because it was just going through. So we do have some stats on the players. Top outfits, if anyone are in the same. Top weapons, the Orion is still in the lead, followed by the Anchor, then the SV-88, followed by the Carve, NSWR. Frag Grenade is holding strong, and other ones. Personally, when it comes to weapons, although the Orion is really, really good, I like the guns, the LMGs for heavy assault that have 200 bullet clips, because there's so many people to shoot at, it makes use. But Terran Republic takes the base. Good defense.
And, you know, part of that was they moved their defense off the point. They weren't defending from the point this time, they were actually defending forward of the point. They were stopping the choke points where VS had to come through to get to them. And that's a huge thing. The only real defense against that is to come in and have to gal drop on your own point. And that's really difficult to do if you've just spawned everyone into the spawn room.
Poonaner's just sent a frantic message to me probably ages ago. I don't know if someone's to double check that everything's okay with him.
I will head down there.
Generator repaired.
So that's the stats. Sorry about that for the little delay. We're just looking at some things. Here's the map timeline, how things are going, and we can see that the Terran Republic It started roughly around here, guys, from the beginning of the game, and the TR has just been in a progressive capping system right now, and they just captured Moonlight Foundry as well. We just see that on the map. Is that updated? So the TR are pretty well dominating the southern front. The northern front isn't really going anywhere, and we can see that there's only really 1 or 2 big fights going on between the NC and TR, and everything else is going against the VS. And right now this is playing into the Terran Republic's hand. They are up to 38% population. Now, is this going to backfire? Is the VS going to focus on the TR, and is the NC going to try and get a push in the north, or is the Vanu sovereignty going to collapse here? Because they got themselves Moonlight Foundry. Pushing on the tech plant is going to be very, very difficult, so it's to be seen how that plays out. Terran Republic really wants to get their hands on Genesis Terraforming Plant. We can see that by the number of reinforcements and numbers and galaxies. They're playing hardball for this large outpost. If they can get this large outpost, Genesis Terraforming, it just pins down the entire front, because then there's nothing but small bases for the Vanu Sovereignty then to defend from. Going down, we see a small force in the Vanu Sovereignty is trying to capture. Root House Distillery, which was captured the Vanu Sovereignty, is being re-attacked by the NC. They keep persisting there. We see that the fight that was at Hurricane Western Pass is pursuing back to Fort Drexler, and Fort Drexler hack is actually going on, and with 8 minutes it's probably a 2-3 point cap. No, so it'll be a 2 point cap. And then we can also see that the NC is applying pressure to Hurricane Secure Storage. So I mean, it's swings and roundabouts. Everything's going on everywhere at the moment. Right now. Yep.
One of the things I wanted to do was I wanted to start hopping down and talking to our casters, and I figured we could go down to Poonanners and Hellfox first.
Sure, let's do that then. Hey guys, so how's the northern front been going on between the NC and TR?
Hidden Skydock all night long. They've bounced around a couple other bases, but like it was in our last 3-way battle, Hidden Skydock is the place to be. Constant attacks, takes, defends, bounces, max crashes on both sides. It is where the fight is. The Sunken Biolab. Atlantis will never rise again.
We can see that they've been sidestepped. There's a large number of NC forces that hit Skydock, but the Terran Republic has leapfrogged them onto construction site beta.
Yeah, we saw them pop into construction site beta and they get pushed out. They pop in, push out, pop in, push out. Right now, it looks like they're doing a current takedown. And then what it is the NC kind of wait for them to get around 2 minutes, and then they just rush in with everything they have and crush it. Oh. They crush it hard. It looks like the TR have been more strategic and more methodical, though.
Poonanners, I'm going to bring this up. Yeah, construction site beta is pretty much falling to the TR because...
Oh, I'm in there. I'm looking at 8 point right now. They have it locked down pretty good. But it's going to be about sub 2 minutes. This is where you see it, about sub 2 minutes. I'm hearing proxy chat chatter. And this is where they try to wreck the base with a...
Oh, they don't have reinforcements. They don't have the Sundra count, we can see, because we can see they've got the reinforcements, but they're being surrounded slowly. They don't have air control. And the problem is this capture point isn't... Oh, here they come. They're moving in with the maxes already.
Circling the base.
Yep.
We'll probably see a crash here at sub 2 minutes. I think it's actually worth your time to wait on construction site beta for these 2 minutes and actually see how this cap goes down. This is going to be fun. So many maxes pulled. It is freaking awesome. This is going to be very tough to put these guys off 8 point. It's going to require a massive force.
What would you say is the main tactic you've been seeing on the... This is lots of air, lots of vehicles. What have people been doing?
Honestly, it's been harassers.
Harassers,
I've
really?
been seeing lots of Sunderers. I've been seeing lots of maxes, but harassers have been doing the clutches. Oh my god! The TR have a Sunderer on 8 point and freaking construction site beta. The TR have actually tried on a few separate occasions.
Get the Sunder inside. All the engineers are rallying to it. They're doing repairs. That could be it.
Get ready for it.
Fact is that... Oh, the Sunder's health, though, is constantly getting chipped away at. That needs to be at full health for when that crash comes in.
Oh my god, yes. They got to get their engineers on it. They're pushing. Here comes the push.
The gunners need to pay attention. They need to be firing in that death channel.
There's the push. Oh, they came through the tunnel. It's a good push, but I don't think it's enough. Oh, the carnage. The NC are on the ground, but the 8 point is flipping. Can the Maxes stop the cap? I think they can. Freedom has fallen this day. Let's give them a small, quiet evil yell. Oh, wrong button, sorry.
Can they come back? Can they make a save in the next 80 seconds? It doesn't seem the Sunder is being... Oh, wow, the Sunder just went down.
They have popped the Sunday. Cert Pinata down. But the TR have got 8 point locked down. They have so many people here, I can't even really count them, but it's a lot of maxes. They're not actively watching the tunnel. They're only watching the entrances, but it's good. It's good. They got this. You know, if you fall sub 2 minutes and you do a crash and you lose, it's such a morale drop that you're almost guaranteed to lose the base. If I'm not there behind the NC yelling at them to what to do, that's not gonna happen. If they'd be a good TR capture for the Knights.
Yeah, I mean they're all set up in the right positions. They're all right where they need to be. They've got all the points covered. The NC would really need a big surge of guys to break it.
45 seconds to go for the construction site beta. And you know it's the East Acan storage depot is going for the NC. Do you think the TR do a redeploy the instant they flip this and try and save Eastern Acan storage?
I think they could have time. As long as this point does not get disrupted, then I think they might be able to get it within the
I don't think they'll have the time to save it. Honestly, I think they might be going for a trade.
It's a long run on the Acan substation.
Running over their own men and trying to run over a couple of NC. The NC are max crashing! NC max crash!
And there's galaxies above as well.
All signs point to no! NC max crashed as hard as they could. They got a couple more maxes lagging in, but I don't think it's gonna happen. A couple of guys running to the point, but nobody's...
There's not enough infantry.
No nooching on the point. They got plenty... Oh, there's the nooch! Can they hold it down? They only got a handful of seconds left.
Oh, and the frame rate is not on their side.
Oh my.
They've still got the point. There's just one infiltrator. Oh, he's taking his cloak off. He's been spotted. He's down.
It's over. That was a really good...
Oh, but it's still ticking down. Why is it still ticking down? Oh, it's not rendering everything. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Almost, oh my god, in 5 seconds.
I know, I love these clutch plays. This is what makes Planetside great. Oh, they need a Jesus grenade. Where is my Jesus grenade when I need one? The Max cannot cap the point.
It's too late, that's it.
Jesus grenade!
Amazing.
Freedom strikes again, saving construction site beta. Nobody can stop the march of freedom. They are the ones who bring that new conglomerate feel.
A shark going back it.
And the Terran Republic just made a clutch save now on East Acan Storage Depot as well. Oh, they're on the point! 8 seconds! There it goes.
We've all lost that bet.
That's right. Well,
oh, 4 seconds is enough NC. They're gonna get the base. 2 seconds. The NC's... Oh, it's flipping on 2 seconds! East Acan Storage Depot. Oh, the shields are up. The shields are up.
Did they save it?
They saved East Acan Storage Depot. They put the shields up and they saved it on the 2-second marker. So 2 clutch saves by both factions. Right, well,
incredibly quick on moving people like that. You usually don't see a massive move like that when you lose a base, when you lose the cap.
Yeah, well, we'll leave you guys to it, and we'll come probably about an hour or so. But keep up the good work, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah.
I love that. This is so funny.
Right, let's go check out, because there's actually a cap going on at Brokenville Garrison, or that's a save? No, it's a save by the NC, fair dues. Gurney Dam was going. Genesis terraforming is ticking down. Looks like the VS have actually taken back Mulek Foundry. They're applying pressure on Nettlemar Gardens, and Genesis terraforming plant was going down in favour of TR, but now they're at number 2 to 1. It looks like the TR don't have area of operations. They're actually freely moving their forces from the south to the north to the south to the north. And construction site beta, no, it's 80%. They're not going to get that anymore. And the awful pit cap has been pushed back as well. How's the VSNC? Do you want to let's go to the VSNC front, the west front with Shock Diz, and see what's going on there, shall we?
Yeah.
Has 93 kills. 910 from VS has 83. He's tied with 475. So, a couple of guys kind of creeping up there. A couple of NC creeping up right now on the player leaderboard. On the outfit leaderboard, we're seeing PC backs. Those bigger outfits, of course, are going to have a lot more kills. Right now, you see kind of there's like 4 outfits right now that have like the 10 or under players. Future Crew leading them, my boys, the 8 Future Crew Infantry, sitting at 427 and 123 with 2.99 KDR. They got to get that above 3, man. So anyway, that is how it's looking right now, and I'm actually going to look too at what's going on with the... Sorry about that. I'm going to actually look at what's going on with our kill totals. No, not the kill totals.
You going over all the stats?
Yes, I'm going over all the stats.
Yeah, because we're just watching the fight attack on storage. Why don't you tell us, guys, kind of a rundown? What's been going on between the NC and VS on the southern front?
So right now, the VS actually lost attack on storage early to the NC, but they were able to get a bonus back with the Hurricane Western Pass. That was a nice cap, but they had to take about 4 or 5 tries to get that base back. But the big story for this front is Hurricane Secure Storage went down to 25% NC in the Hex. A absolute gift for the NC. The VS just gave that base away to the Briggs NC guys, which was really cool to watch. So the NC definitely have a bit of an advantage right now. It looks like the VS have finally consolidated their forces right now and are going towards tack-on storage. So that's actually where I'm headed over right now.
We've seen a couple of holds attack on. We thought there's no way the NC are going to get this back, and somehow they've done it 2 or 3 different times.
Yeah, yes they have, and so we have another situation like that right now at tack-on storage where VS, they are entrenched, but don't let that show anything right now because the NC have done a fantastic job.
Okay, they finally took my advice and got a Sunderer here under the point. Thank you, guys.
Yes, that's exactly what they need to do.
We saw that in the north. Yeah, the Terran Republic brought a Sunderer in when they were trying to capture construction site Beta, and they got so close, and that Sunderer stopped one big max crash. And then they're such a powerful force multiplier.
What would you say the tactics down here have been? Has it been mostly infantry, a lot of vehicle play, a lot of maxes?
It's been a lot of infantry. We've not seen very much air. I mean, we've seen a couple of situations where if the VS just had a little bit of air support, they could have taken bases, but they have not been pulling a whole lot of air.
They have not at all. There's really not been much air. I've seen a lot of sky whales, a lot of galaxies rolling around with those MLG symbols on them, dropping people on points. I've seen a few Vanguards here and there. That was mainly at the bigger bases, but really it's just been a lot of max crashing, like slight max crashing, and a lot of infantry play, a lot of res grenades, a lot of just grenades in general, a lot of smoke, a lot of infantry tactics on this front have definitely been going down. It might just be because of the types of players that have been here for sure, but
looking at some of the other fronts, well, it looks like there's been a lot more ground made on the other 2 fronts opposed to this one. There have been some great attacks here, but there has been just better redeploy side.
Well, and that was a huge, that tack on storage cap was a huge thing, because if it had not gone through, you know that you would have been basically sitting at Fort Drexler for the last hour, just watching it go back and forth.
Yeah, well, the VS did make an attempt on it. The NC have not even looked at Cairn Station.
No.
And with good reason, because we all know that base is just a nightmare.
You wouldn't go to Cairn Station until if the NC took, for example, Roothouse Distillery and Vital Stockpile. They want to, progress the line further. You wouldn't go straight into Cairn Station where you're super vulnerable from all directions, would you?
Right.
No, absolutely not. And that, like Diz said, that is a nightmare of a base to attack. And so we have definitely seen that the NC have not been going for it, but have made a couple attempts on Roothouse Distillery. Currently making an attempt on it right now with a small force, but I don't think it's going to last because I think the redeploying of the VS is going to get there. But
you at Hurricane Secure Storage? NC just dropped the Galaxy on the capture point. They're getting it back with 6 seconds to go. 5 seconds, they're going to get the point. 3 seconds. Oh, they're going to lose the base. Clutch defense by the 2 last defenders on the point. Oh, and they get it. Nice. Those 2 guys got the base. NC were short by like 1 second, 2 seconds at most.
Very good. So that was actually the base that I was saying that the Briggs guys captured 25% in the Hex as NC. Just kind of, like I said, a gift.
For whatever reason, that's the forgotten base. People are kind of taking it, but they're focused so much more on, Tacken and Hurricane Western Pass. We've seen so much more back and forth there.
Yes,
and it's so difficult to get from the spawn room to the point as well. It's almost something you have to attack from your own amp station to get the point back. That's almost the closer way to do it.
Back at Tack on Storage, we see with 25 seconds to go, the VS, this is the real horrendous one. With that upper raised platform, is infinitely more defendable than any other construction site. I just don't see the VS losing Tack on Storage cap.
I said this earlier, and then the NC came in with about 40 scat maxes. About less than 15 seconds left.
40 scat maxes, about 20 light assaults, and they just...
That's so resource intensive, though.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. It is.
This looks
time,
like it's going to be a VS cap, though.
Yeah, and there you go, it goes through.
One sec, guys. Semester 26 and all streamers, please refresh your pages. You now have player resolution.
Player resolution. Oh, yes. Right. Yes.
So we're gonna head out here. We'll be back visit with you guys in about an hour.
Sounds good.
Dope.
All right.
Well, that was informative going on VSNC. Oh, and we do have player resolution. Look at that. We got names. Hooray. Right, so I guess we'll go over that later.
This is hotfix on a hotfix.
Oh, of course it is. Right, Nettelmeyer is being a save. I actually want to go see what's going on at Genesis now because that's been going on forever. It looks like Kessel's crossing in the north is being attempted to be taken by the NC. They do have slight pop advantage there. I guess we'll drop into the final front, Eastern front with Odin.
Before we did that, if you want to pop into the biolab and just see what that fight looks like. I mean, we haven't had a biolab fight yet in this match, so I'll go up and check out Kessel's and.
Okay. I'm just at Kessel's at the moment, watching the guys. It doesn't really look like they'll be able to pull off much because it looks like they've got spawns against them from the rear, and it looks like their own spawns are going to get picked off. Hate Skydock is being attacked again, 2-1, and TR. I don't know why you'd want to go for the biolab. Maybe it gives you options. I guess biolabs to me in server smashes feel like clingy girlfriends because once you capture them, you need to hold on to them otherwise you'll lose them in 2 minutes. Whoa, wow, okay.
They're ignoring what I thought they were going to do. They are in the lead and they are trying to expand their lead.
Hey, go for it. I mean, the more you grab, there's an alternate theory of thought. Oh, Light Assault trying to get some kills. There's an alternate theory of thought. Rather than playing it safe and smart and keep not expanding too much, if you can get your hands on as much as you can possibly get your hands on, go for it. Because when both factions double team you, and that will happen, you've got more territory to play with, to stall time.
TR's been holding these 2 points very, very tenaciously. NC has not really come back in to knock them out.
You referring to the biolab?
Referring to the biolab. They hold B and C and they hold the gen room.
I think this is merely just a gen room hold. The number of maxes they've got, they're going to make a play for the SCU. Which is the spawn control unit, if anyone's wondering. Once the shield goes down in 7 seconds, they'll be able to trigger the SCU, and I believe, is that a 1 or 2 minute timer?
I believe it's a 2 minute timer.
Really? I've got a hunch of 60 seconds. I mean, I guess I was wrong. It's a long 60 seconds, even if it is. Here you go. SCU's exposed. Here come the maxes. This is the play. And they can't get in the shields. Wait till the shields go down before you push. Shields?
The shields seem to
The shields? Is this a bug? Did we just find a bug? That's a big bug. The entire tactical play was resolved in that. Oh snap, the shields go down finally. Only 19 seconds lag right there. But it's too late. It's killed all the TR that are ready to push in. Oh, that's brutal. That is brutal. And now the NC makes the counterplay with the smoke. The main push by the TR has been broken because they were caught outside the shields. Whether or not it would have been successful is debatable, but that certainly did not help.
So I'm going to go hop down to the VS TR front and let them know where we're coming to.
Cool. Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Doing great. We're watching a fight over at Gurney Dam right now, and we have seen, for the most part, for the first hour, we have seen nothing but good things happening, at least on the TR side. They have been able to push all the fighting over to Genesis Terraforming and almost took it for at one point there, but most of the fighting is going on between Genesis Terraforming Plant and Nettelmeyer Gardens. That's really only where we're seeing right now. We are seeing a little bit of a fight ramping up at Gurney Dam, which is really fun to see, but things are going TR's way at this point, but of course this is the only halfway mark, so we'll see what happens if the VS are able to push it back in the second.
Has the TR at any point tried to attack Outpost Lambda in force? Because before in the furthest three-way, Genesis Terraforming Plant was taken, and then there was opportunities at SRP Hydroponics and Mulek Pass. You can only push so far to Mulek Tech Plant, and we see that Mulek Foundry is flipping back and forth. For me, the TR might choose to go from Gurney down to Outpost Lambda, but it's not really a thing now.
Yeah, so it looks like they've been trying some ghost capping there from time to time, but
nothing in force.
Yeah, Gurney's been contested most of the time. Just kind of goes back and forth. Nothing super serious, but I think it's been just enough to keep Outpost Lambda pretty much off limits for most of the time.
We're heading back to Genesis terraforming right now, and I was gonna say if you're TR, I think you're totally happy with where things are at right now. You know, at some point you don't want to bite off more than you can chew.
Yeah, TR are definitely in control of this front pretty solidly. VS are on the defensive. They're trying to push back at Gurney, but getting shut down. They're trying to push at Nettlemeyer, getting shut down, and they're just trying to hold on to Genesis. TR are keeping the pressure there.
Yeah, all you need to do is basically like we were talking about earlier. All the TR need to do is just keep 1 point in contention at Genesis terraforming, and they're good. You know, if they can continue doing that and just keep the pressure on, then there's no way that any of their other bases are going to get contested, which is great for them. Obviously, it's probably a very big headache for the VS, though.
What would you say the main tactic is down here? Have you seen a lot of maxes? Have you seen a lot of grenades? A lot of
Gal
vehicles?
drops. Gals.
Gal drops, yeah.
Gals, and more gals. We see gals coming in from every angle, just hovering over points, just using them as mobile spawn units.
Yeah, the Terrans have mostly been having a lot of galaxies, and every now and then we'll see the VS come in with a Scythe Swarm to take out the galaxies. We also see TR pulling a lot of hacked out Sunderers from various bases, and they'll have a big pile of Sunderers, and every now and then you'll see a small squad.
Oh, somebody's bought the Galaxy Horn. Someone's got the Gal Whale Horn, yeah.
This is actually the first time that Genesis terraforming has been completely capped back in probably a good 20 minutes, I would say.
Yep.
And VS have back capped all the way up to have finally been able to back cap at Eastern.
Yep.
Eastern
substation. Fighting at Eastern again,
which we haven't seen probably the last half hour.
Looks like from looking at the population number territory, even though the NC's got 31%, it looks like the VS is making more progress against the NC. The TR is significantly making more progress against the VS, and in the north, it doesn't really look like the front's going anywhere. Do you think this will back? I mean, TR's winning, that's great, but ultimately it's the score that matters at the end, right? Do you think the TR's going to get double teamed or continue like this?
I think if you can keep the pressure on, if they can secure their borders and focus all the fighting on Genesis terraforming, then no matter what the VS want to do, they can't push out. If you can keep the fight there, then the TR are in a good spot. But once you let them actually push out of Genesis terraforming, that's when things get tricky. You can actually start getting your amp station starting to get pressure on it. You can start getting pressure pushed from up to the north like they're doing right now at Eastern Substation. So right now, if I'm TR, I just want to keep 1 point in contention over at Genesis and shore everything up. And if I'm
just to keep them off the Eastern and except Southern, yeah.
He's a lot of TR had to show up to Gurney to hold that one down. This TR are probably moving on to Eastern pretty soon.
Or would you say let the timer run on Eastern? Because it looks like they've got forces there picking off the Sunders at 50-50. Nettlemeyer needs attention. That's the key at the moment.
Yep.
It's one of those things where you can kind of, because the bases are so close together, you can kind of just keep a gal up and go from spot to spot, dropping out Sunderers and stuff like that. But we are seeing a pretty big response from the TR. We've got 4 or 5 Sunderers moving around to Eastern, trying to take things out. So I would assume that within, they do have 2.5 minutes to retake this point, unless the VS come back in and push them out. I would assume that they'll be able to actually hold.
Seems like an equal distribution.
There is 1 hour remaining in the alert. 1 hour remaining.
It looks like VS lost all their spawn points at Eastern, but there's a good chunk of them still in there. They're going to need to push in with some maxes and.
Yeah, I'm actually heading over to Nettlemeyer. I've never seen a 96+ fight at Nettlemeyer Gardens.
Really? With 60 seconds to go, it's getting close.
We're going to be seeing some ziggurat fighting real soon.
So yeah, I mean, we are seeing it's halfway. The exact same thing we saw last time. You don't want to get too far ahead. Once people start picking up and noticing, you go after the guy, and you get that.
TR makes the flank from the west side.
Speaking of Outpost Lambda, there are a lot of TR invested there right now.
So there are. That's interesting. We'll go
Looks
check
like
that out.
being contested as well.
Yeah, I'm watching
if they can
Nettlemeyer
get
Gardens,
Lambda,
and it's
then
going crazy.
that opens up a lot.
I have a question.
If I'm TR, is it better to, like, say, don't even worry about going on that side and just try and keep the pressure on Nettlemire Gardens, or pardon me, Nettlemire Gardens and Genesis Terraforming? You can keep that front and just kind of hold on to what you have and make sure the NC don't press on you.
I have a question from Alorn, base design wise. You know, when you design these bases, is it part of the thought process of maybe making the defenders pull a defensive sunder to allow them to flank a different way to the point, or are you trying to keep all of the people flowing between the spawn rooms and the point and have a good base flow that way? Because that's all the way we see a point hold be broken is the defenders will set up a sunder at a different angle to allow them to come in and sweep the guys off.
Well, I think a lot of it's just about variety and having different ways you take different bases and having each one kind of being a unique experience and unique strategy. But certainly I've seen different strategies employed that way, where you expect to have a defensive Sunday, like Nason's Defiance, for example. If you pull a defensive Sunday and put it on the south side, it makes it a lot easier to defend that base. And then, of course, that gives an objective for the attackers to take out. Something like Gurney Dam. Pulling one out will absolutely help you in that one to get around, because it's a long run from the spawn room areas to the point Gurney Dam. So it definitely varies. But yeah, that's stuff that gets thought about.
Okay.
Terra Republic were pushed off the capture point at Lambda, but it looks like they're heavily contesting it. They still have the spawn sunder on the west side. It's vulnerable because it's the only one, but they have got 60% population, and it looks like they're taking the point back ever so slightly. So they are committing numbers, but the problem is they're forcing their hand at Outpost Lambda when those numbers could be used at Nettlemire, because the VS have got the point back. So they're going to lose the base for no guarantee.
Yeah, I'm actually here at Nettlemire Gardens, and I do not think that the TR are going to be able to do this in 10 seconds. They are way too far away from the point. There's plenty of maxes staring them down.
Well, the point is that Nettlemire is actually, if you lose it, it's not that big of a deal, because it doesn't open up any new lattice links. If they manage to take Outpost Lambda, they open up 2 more places, or, well, a net of 1 more place they can attack the VS. So it hurts the defense more for them to lose Lambda than they gain by getting Nettlemire.
There was a last-second attempt at Nettlemire with TR maxes, and unfortunately they just didn't kill enough people. We're going to see some TR manage to get onto the point here, but now, unfortunately, they have to try and do their own point hold to get the base back, and I just don't think they have enough people here.
Yeah, we might see some action at the Ziggurat pretty soon. That place is a real meat grinder.
Alright, well, we're going to leave you guys be, so keep the good job, because we're going to go north and check out what's going with the NC at Awful Pit and Construction Site Beta. So keep the good, guys, and we'll catch you just before the end of the game.
Alright, have fun.
Alright, Red, I'm going to head over to Awful Pit, because I actually saw a fight going on in the north, and I was like, ooh, fight in the north, let's see what's going on there.
I'm heading to Roothouse Distillery, which looks like it might be being saved by the VS. Hopefully I can get over there and tell you what's been going on.
We see we see New Conglomerate Air Forces surrounding the capture point. Terran Republic's got a Briggs Sunder for spawning guys in. Capture point's being contested. Oh, too many NC coming in now with 1 minute to go in the base capture. They're taking the capture point back. And we don't see a deployed Sunder. So it was a nice push. We do have to actually deploy Sunders further to the east. But the NC's got themselves set up the capture point. This is a horrendous capture point to take, though. Tiny little building in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by vehicles. Oh, look at this deployment Sunder by the NC, right by the capture point. This gives an example of how hard it is to take this base.
I got to Roothouse Distillery after the VS had already made the push in mass onto the point, and all the NC surviving that I could see were 2 Liberators who were just desperately trying to fire their Daltons through the door and take it out. They couldn't do anything.
So I think it's a couple of Briggs stragglers, perhaps. Yeah, this is a couple of Briggs TR. It's still trying to apply some pressure on the capture point at Awful Pit, but they are outnumbered 60 to 40, and there's that defensive Sunder on the capture point by the NC, gives them so much advantage. But this is a secondary attack. There is actually another attack going at Construction Site Beta, so the longer the Briggs guys can hold larger numbers of NC at Awful Pit, it will work in their favour when it comes to the Construction Site Beta capture currently going on just further to the south. The Eastern Storage, Acan Storage Depot, the TR overpop. They need to move some of that 70% as quickly as they can to some of their bases in the north if they want to do the attack there. The Woodman ASC cap's gone through and make a save. Maybe have an Infiltrator doing a reverse cap on Acan Southern Labs when it goes through, just to make sure that Woodman can't go through, but those numbers can also be redeployed and used in the north, Construction Site Beta, for example, because they're already outnumbered 60 to 40 at Construction Site Beta while they're trying to get that base capture. But this is kind of like force commandery stuff, you know, force redeployments, and we can already see the NC's got air control, and they're kind of redeploying in, and oh, they have the outside area. I'm not entirely sure the TR can hold on here. Same case as last time. They did get the Double Fury Sunder inside on the capture point at construction site Beta. It's lower numbers than it was before. They're only really holding one upper platform, so one good redeployment by the NC, like they did in the past, it will easily be able to force their way through the tunnels and get to the capture point. We see the small TR capture force. They are going for the Can Southern Labs from the northern line, so that's fair enough. Still a large number of Terran Republic at Eastern Acan Storage Depot. They may be choosing to go to Biolab next.
It took an hour, but the VS finally got connection to Fort Drexler, and they do not want to give it up. They have all.
Wow, they really are going hardcore at that, yeah. And the Roothouse Distillery, they've got population there as well. Look, there's 1224 at Rusty Bend, not at Fort Drexler.
I just saw in Yell Chat the NC say VS have at least 200 people here. They have to be doing the math in their head, knowing how many people they sent, and then looking at the pie graph and saying, well, that's how many the VS got here.
Wow, that's huge. But then again, if you want to commit those numbers, the value is we've seen the Terran Republic trying to take the large outposts on the eastern front, which is Genesis terraforming plant, and never quite getting there. VS are playing a huge hand here trying to get Fort Drexler. They've got all 3 capture points. They're surrounding the spawns as much as they can, and they know the value of this base. If I lose a couple of small outposts for the cost of getting Fort Drexler, that's fine. I can get the small outposts back. If I'm going to lose Huracan Secure Storage, doesn't matter. I can get it back. Fort Drexler just opens the door to the Gahanan Eastern Gatehouse, to the Iron Quay, and then there's nothing but small bases leading all the way into the interior of the NC. This has got to be a crucial top priority base for the new conglomerate. It is simply the bulwark bastion that prevents you from hitting into your interiors. And wow, and we just see that the VS numbers are enforced, covering all the main entry points. Lots of Sunders virtually on the doorstep of the kill. Look at this, the Sunders right on the doorstep of the spawn room.
That NC Galaxy just dropped in. It's trying to take out the Sunder. Instead of dropping on the points, they're trying to blow up the Sunders. It's a great move.
It's too late, not in 6 seconds. You need to get a capture point to stall. If you get one capture point, you can stall an extra couple of minutes out. And the capture points aren't hard, they're double buildings. You can get inside and look inside. What's on the Bravo cap point? Nothing. Oh wait, never mind. Rendering time. A squad. There is a squad. There's one New Conglomerate Light Assault trying his best, but no, he's picked off. We can see extra New Conglomerate reinforcements trying to make a play on the Bravo capture point, but you're right, there must be a tremendous amount of Vanu sovereignty just making the play of the game right now for Fort Drexler.
44 seconds. I mean, the NC could be coming in, but I just don't see anything that's going to have it happen. Oh, here, is that it? Nope, that was a VS Galaxy that was trying to come in. I'm trying to see if there's any Galaxy support from the NC coming. I just don't see any. It's really the only way they're going to be able to get a couple points back in time.
I'm just looking at Alpha's well covered. Another NC Galaxy. Wow, it tried to belly ram the guy on the ground. Did it have anyone on it? No, and he just blew up. Okay, so that belly ram on the Galaxy on the roof of A failed. Look at the lasher fire from the Alpha capture point. It's Disco Sex and lasers currently going on at Fort Drexler. All firing into the spawn room. It's probably the best lag-inducing weapon that the Vanu Sovereignty has in their arsenal at the moment.
NC are making a huge push to A. They managed to get B flashing. This is the final resecure.
There's the population numbers. NC still only 42%. They do not have the numbers. Yes, they got Huracan Secure Storage in the north, but that doesn't mean they're going to save Drexler. Capture points back in the hands. 6 seconds to go. Large outpost. First one of the game is going to fall, and it's going to go in favor of VS. Yell Chat praises Vanu. There we go.
A large outpost of Fort Drexler. That is a huge, huge win on this front line here.
Oh, check out... now, the problem is that was a huge number thing. Very, very, very large population sink was going on there. Now, it's fortunate because the T are actually more occupied. They've actually took Awful Pit. I can't believe it. We missed it. They took the Awful Pit.
It just happened just a moment ago.
They're fighting a Beta. So the TR at the moment is fighting the NC, which is why they're not capitalizing anywhere else, except from Outpost Lambda, which is currently going on. So does this NC... Sorry, does the Vanu Sovereignty continue the pressure on the NC, or do they come back and save Lambda? Because Lambda is similar in that it will allow access to the VS interior if they don't come back and make a save. And with 70 seconds to go, they have time And we can see them pulling out Sunders and some numbers coming to the capture point. The Terran Republic ideally wants to hold this upper balcony section, but the VS is using their best lag weapon they have, which is the Lasher, because it is just of an area effect LMG. Extra max support coming in. They've got themselves the bridgeway. They're right at the doorway. They're lashering the living nuts out of the capture room. TR's pushed back to the back wall. Far too many in one corner. One grenade or some. Oh, one max. Here we come. Close quarter combat. It's going to pick everybody off. No Terran Republic maxes. And, oh, in 30 seconds, there was no Terran Republic maxes. Now, this could have been an attack of opportunity. And we can see the Terran Republic's also playing their hand now at Nettlemar Gardens. They're going to have to make a save at Ixab Southern Pass and Eastern Substation. So right now, the Terran Republic isn't really making much advantage. Oh, and we can see the Iron Quay is under attack. So there's 50-50 numbers going Iron Quay. So the VS are not stopping. They're applying pressure where they can. It looks like they're trying to get their hands back at Huracan Secure Storage. The cap is actually over 2 hexes. So we see it's probably 50-50 at Huracan Secure Storage. And Iron Quay is actually growing in the number of VS. They want to make the play now against the NC. We'll go check this out. Here we are over Iron Quay.
Where did you head to?
I'm over Iron Quay at the moment, deep in NC territory, where the Vanu's sovereignty, as we wait for it to load, is currently on 60% against 40. Doesn't look like there's a lot of fighting going on, or maybe we just go check, see if anything's rendering.
And that's a huge benefit of getting Fort Drexler. There is so much territory that they can take that's much easier to take than Fort Drexler. That's the real coup of taking that base. Just look at all the single cap point bases to the north of it. You have Iron Quay, you have Construction Site Alpha, Wainwright. I mean, if they wanted to, they could march right up to the Warp Gate if the NC don't come in and stop them right now.
So it's actually only a small 2 squads going on at Iron Quay, but it's enough to be a nuisance. They've got themselves actually kind of niftingly setting up, watching the exit points of the spawn room, and they're not moving, so I don't see them being picked up at all. Watching the flanks. A proper NC resecure, like reinforcements, would make the difference here. Possibly Vanu sovereignty reinforcements coming in the form of a galaxy. We'll wait and see, because if I was VS, I wouldn't show my full hands here, Iron Quay. I would wait till the defenders, i.e. the new conglomerate, come in and make the save, and then I would send in my reinforcements. Maybe even have the... Sorry, go ahead.
We've seen the VS get double teamed at the beginning. It definitely seems like everyone's pushing on the NC right now. And what does that tell you what's going to happen at the end?
Everyone pushes TR.
Yeah, so the real thing for the TR is how much territory can you grab right now, and how much of it can you defend?
Well, they've got a bit against the NC. A Can Southern Labs would go a long way, but they're constantly in pushback. The Can Biolab seems to be the red, or the blue line, as it were, for the NC. They won't let that go. Awful Pit is realistically only one base that they've lost in the north, so it's been fairly static in the north. It's all been going on, however, along the southern front between the NCVS and VSTR.
I actually have moved back over to Nettlemar Gardens to look at this. Even though the VS have population here... Oh, never mind, they just got the point back. It seemed like the TR had a nice little point hold going, but just before I got here, they got pushed out, and the VS are actually foot-zerging to their spawn right now. I'm going to clear this out.
And we have 50%, it's 50-50 right now, and I'm one of the observers, possibly with other people. This is why it's not exactly 50-50. And we can see that in Iron Quay, the NCs push back the capture point, and they're going to slowly be pushing back to the Sunders, have taken quite a bit of damage. And they're saving the capture point. So the Iron Quay was a smaller push. We see that the main VS thrust currently is to save Huracan Secure Storage. They've made the save on Outpost Lambda, they're making the save on Root House Distillery, and now they're making the save on Secure Storage. The cap actually is 50-50 for Gahan Eastern Gatehouse, so they are probing and saving at the same time, not really making a big play anywhere that they want, probably stabilizing kind of where they are over the whole map. We can see the capture point is also flicking back now in hands of NC at Gahan and Eastern, because it's only 50-50 numbers. If you really want to take a base, it has to be more than 50%.
So I'm here at Nam Ravine Overpass, which the TR have managed to get a little point hold on, which involves blowing up a generator so they can get to it. But it's with 45 minutes remaining, why don't you go over some more of the stats for the match?
Sure. Oh, Can Southern Labs has actually been made a save as well. Okay, so we'll go over to the capture point at Huracan Secure Storage, and we'll have a look at some of the kills, deaths, and everything else going on. Right, here we go. Looks like the Vanu Sovereignty has got themselves on the capture point. They got planetary vehicles. Don't really see much NC. Looks like they're all at the far edge of the base. Right, now as far as reinforcements in the galaxy. So total kills with 44 minutes to go. We're up to 34,000 kills so far. There's been 36,000 deaths, which means there's been over 2,300 TKs. See, the kill graph is actually very close to call. All kind of numbers getting closely merged in, around the 11,300 to 11,600 number. The kill statistics, we see that the Vanu Sovereignty have actually got the top 4 spots. Then comes only one Terran Republic, followed by a mixed match of NC and VS. The no outfitters are on top. Then comes some Emerald guys, some Connery guys, some Briggs NC, Cobalt TR, bunch of factions.
And
what is the top weapon?
The Orion reigns supreme.
The Orion reigns supreme. Quite a comfortable margin against the Anchor. Unknown weapon is doing quite well at 1394. SV88, Godsaw, MSWR, EM6, TM minigun, C4, and the Lasher is actually doing respectful at 634. It's really kind of a suppression weapon.
At Namravine Overpass, the NC did a very nifty resecure here. I actually don't know where they came from, but it's not. They didn't come from the expected direction. There are 2 doors that the defenders tend to come when they resecure this, and I wonder if they spawned in through their teleporter and kind of ran around behind, because the TR and myself, neither of us were expecting that. They both just.
Well, the NC is now making a big push at Huracan secure storage, forcing away along the bridge. And while we're doing this, what vehicle has the top kills?
The Sunder, baby.
Yes, the Sunder.
And that's, the Sunder it's a tank. It's a tank with 2 guns, and you can put it on a cap point. Who wouldn't want one?
Oh, that's an interesting cap. But what's up with the map timeline, Maelstrom?
I'm not too sure.
Go fix it.
No. Busy.
Right, anyway, the NC's outside the capture point with 24 seconds to go. The VS are doing a very frantic kind of capture at the last second. They're trying to stall them outside, but the NC, ignoring the smoke, just charged the capture point. VS are desperately clinging onto the capture point with 15 seconds to go. They're still holding the inside, but too many NCs are running in. Light assault's on the point, but the too many VS still on the capture point. More and more NC are pushing in. Here comes the droves. Is that enough to capture the point yet? No, they still don't have enough numbers to flip point. There's still more VS hanging in the back behind their max. The point, with 3 seconds to go, they're going to get this. The NC's too late. They're not running inside. They're going to be kept outside. Wow, the VS takes it. And the NC, it looked like they were so confident on the outside, but no. They must have got... Oh, look at this counter-flanking fire. Oh, by the VS watching those, they're coming in. That must have made all the difference there, and they get the point.
And it's just such a difficult base to take if you don't own the amp station. The amp station gives you the opportunity to park Sunders in really great locations that are, frankly, almost a little bit closer, or if not closer, certainly easier to get to the point than the actual spawn room itself. And, we've talked about how that hex hides players. You think it's only 12 and 24, and really it's 48, because half of the population is actually put into the Huracan amp station hex as well.
And the VS now are trying to make a counter play. They were going for X-Up Southern Pass, but you can see they're actually making a play now in Gurney Dam. So from being pushed back, they are beginning to become resurgent. They're back to the same number of pop territory they had at the beginning of the game at 32%. NC is now suffering the brunt of being at 29%, and the TR is at 37%. But that doesn't tell the whole story, because the TR is actually taking territory from the VS, and the VS is taking territory from the NC, and the NC hasn't necessarily made any progress against the TR in the north. So if you're NC right now, do you try and counter push the TR in the north, try and get hit Skydock or Eastercan Storage Depot or Woodman ASE, or what? Because it seems difficult, because you're constantly under pressure by the VS in the south.
It looks like they're pushing on Awful Pit, and really what they needed to do to gain territory is that Shack Tech Plant lane. It's the easiest place to get three caps, and I'm sure that they know that, and basically we're saving it for this moment. 40 minutes left in the match. We got to gain as much territory as we can. We got to take it away from the TR. That is the place I think you're going to really see them push. Hate Skydock is a grind. It's been a grind all game. Not much is going to go on there. Same with the Biolab lane, but that Awful Pit, Kessel's, and Shack Fusion lane, that I think is where you're going to see the NC trying to push. Their big problem, as you said, though, is the south. They got to find some way to get territory out of the VS down there as well. Maybe they're just going to move everyone over to the TR and say, hey, let's try and take it out of the leader and ignore the VS. Just try and hold what we got.
a very laggy, a very, very huge max crash. I couldn't even see everything. That was insane. Just pushed on Gurney Dam. Ridiculous number of people, and they made a save relatively late in the base capture. So the Terran Republic makes save at Gurney Dam. It is their southern linchpin against the VS, keeping them essentially off Nason's defense. Actually, there's a small new conglomerate force trying to force Nason's defense at the moment, and there's actually a very small Vanu force pushing Broken Veil Garrison from behind, so it's all going. It's to be seen whether or not the VS decide to continue the pressure not only at Fort Drexel and Iron Quay, but go for Broken Veil Garrison, or they try and go for Rusty Bent Glaive, keeping them off Root House Distillery.
You know, it's interesting. You look at the NCTR lanes, and every single fight there is even pop. It's 50-50 for the most part. Awful Pit, Hade Skydock, Easticon, and Nason's. Nason's, I'm sorry, it was even. The TR just redeployed and they were trying to save that. But it's obvious that the two of them don't want to really fight each other right now.
Tell you what, the fight at Gurney Dam is not over. The VS have come in with Sunder reinforcements and Harasser reinforcements. PP Harasser on the capture point, forced his way in. He's just driving around like a madman, running people over. PP is spamming. Alright, he's finally dead. But there's so many people, it's impossible to render. There's so much Lasher span going on. All the TR's been killed. The cap point still hasn't been flipped. Alright, not all the TR. Some still survivors, clinging to cover from anywhere they can get their hands on. VS are outside in forces. They're now the dominant force outside the base. With surrounding cap building, or sunken building as you want to describe it.
Those PPA sites really help clear out where the TR are pushing from, but unfortunately you do have to have people on the point. The VS have to get actual human beings down onto that point, and the PPAs can only stop reinforcing.
A Max with Pounders just punched another Max into death. But here comes the VS. Big forces. They finally push off the remaining TR. They've got themselves the capture point back. Only 2 minutes to go. The Terran Republic has already played their max resources hand, which means not enough time has passed for those people who pull maxes to pull fresh maxes, because it costs 450 resources for a max. But it's to be seen whether or not the Terran Republic can actually come back here and make another save, because they're outnumbered 60-40. Whether that's fresh reinforcement, but at the same time, they're also losing Eastern Substation, so you have to make a call which base to save. And at the same time, huge NC force attacking Woodman ASC, full half platoon, and another force attacking Eastern Storage bit, and the Alpha Pit.
We've seen the change.
The change. Terran Republic are under attack from all directions now. Look, they're doing an attack on Nettlemire of 2 squads. Is this really the time to be pushing out? Because you're under attack from everywhere.
And this is, we were waiting for this switch to happen. It's actually
36 minutes to go, and it's happened.
It's about 6 minutes early, and the real danger here is whoever gets in the lead next. You know, it's like playing American football with a great quarterback on the bench. You want to score as late as possible. Give him as little time possible to get that get the extra points, and it's going to be the same thing here. If NC gets into the lead, if VS gets into the lead, they want to do it at the last possible second.
It's just lasher, lasher, lasher. Even if you can't see anything, fire lasher. And it's working extremely well for the... I wouldn't even want to go anywhere near those doorways. There's no TR there, probably, but they're still firing lashers. They've even got the roof of the sunken depression building. Can they see bad guys? Doesn't matter. Fire more lashers. Going to brush your teeth in the morning? I don't care. Fire some lashers. That's the current mentality from the Spandex force.
With 1 second left to go, it looks like the TR were so close to resecuring Awful Pit, but the NC managed to get an extra body on there at the last possible second, and the NC have recaptured Awful Pit, which is, even though it's a 1 cap point base, the way it's set up, it is just such a grind. That is a real coup for them. Allows them to push into much weaker bases heading to Shek Tech Plant now.
I tell you what, the VS might actually push into the lead right now, because they're going to grab a number of bases from the Terran Republic now. It's just straight up flips.
7 seconds on Eastern Substation and
7 seconds on Gurney Dam, yeah.
I wonder if the TR can save either of these.
No, they can't save Gurney Dam. Way too much lasher spam.
East falls and Gurney falls.
Just like that, the Terran Republic loses the lead, goes into second place, and the Vanner Sovereignty take the lead for the first time in this match. And they've got themselves a fairly decent position because they can still take Ziggurat, that's a takeable base, and Zot's Agricultural Lab, so they can get, and Ixtab Southern Pass. So they're there's easy territory, I say easy, against the Terran Republic, except power regulation, soft bases that they can make pushes. The NC can get Woodman ASC, and that actually allows them to push all the way into single cap points, which they're currently doing, although they are kind of outnumbered, so we'll go maybe warp over there quickly, take a look.
What a huge swing there for the VS, and you had to think after that TACON, they lost the TACON fight really, really early in the match. This was something that was planned. They basically said, hey, don't lose past this, and we're going to push for what we really want. And you remember how tenacious they were for that Hurricane Western Pass. They would not give it up, and that was to allow them to push into that Fort Drexler thing. They could have another place to pull Sunder from. They could get another spawn in. They didn't have to worry about that side, and then they just dumped everyone on the Drexler right at the end. And ever since that Drexler cap, they have just been on a roll, base after base after base.
The NC forces at Woodman ASC, they are out-popped, 27%, but with some exceptionally good use of maxes, they did get the cap point down really, really low. And when we were talking like 30 per seconds here, more so than probably it should have gone. We can also see the Terran forces are pulling in galaxies and reinforcements for the base slightly to the north. The Akan... There we go.
Akan is flipping right now. Oh, it was flipping.
Oh, but NC reinforcements on the roof. Still 35 seconds. A drop on a drop. An NC drop on a TR drop. I wonder if that was planned or not. They're back on the capture point with 30 seconds to go. This is brutally close. The capture point was being flipped because TR gal dropped on top of it, but a counter gal drop by the NC, and that's caught the TR off guard. They're outpopped 56 to 44, and it's going to take time for the Terran forces to spawn back in their galaxy, assuming they still have it, or a Valkyrie. No, the galaxy's gone. I tell you what, I think East Akan Storage Depot is going to go in hands of NC.
50-55, yeah.
Oh, they come in from the outside. Couple of guys. I don't think it's enough for the capture point. There's not enough bodies. Res grenades. Oh, NC Max is going to make all the difference, right? 2 seconds, 1 second. Res grenade. New Conglomerate gets it. Here comes the shields. Not enough people. You're right.
And up till the last maybe minute, 30 seconds of that cap, the NC were vastly outpopulated here. It only turned into an even pop fight in the last 30 seconds or minute.
Oh, and the pressure's continuing. The VS outpops the TR at the Ziggurat. The VS outpops the or did at the Southern Pass. The TR is now making a save, but the outpop the TR heavily except power regulation. So the VS, they've got themselves Root House Distillery, hold that. They've got themselves Fort Drexler under pressure by the NC, hold that. That's the ability that a large outpost, because the terrain is different. Fort Drexler is designed to defend against pushes from the north, not necessarily from the south. So it's working great into their favour there. So I think the VS has made as much of a push as they want against the NC, and now it's just holding forces, and everything else now is focused against the Terran Republic. And then in the north, you can see that the New Conglomerate, they're pushing on Kessel's Crossing, small tinkering force at Hade Skydock, but the main push was East Akan Storage Depot. And now that they've got that, will they go for Hade Skydock? I would have thought the best play you could do is maybe force Woodman ASC or something. Oh, what do you think there?
I think that it's a little too late to be pushing 3 cap point bases unless you're really, really desperate. I understand why the NC are pushing back at Drexler.
There are easier bases to take is what you're getting at.
Yeah. I mean, you can walk right up to their tech plant. Even the tech plant is a single cap point base. If you manage to get up to Shack tech plant, you dump everyone on there. It's a 7-minute cap, but you only got to defend 1 point. I'd much rather go after that than go after a 3 cap point base this late. And Fort Drexler is massively resecured by the VS. I just flew over here thinking maybe something was going on, and I can't imagine that these VS won't just immediately redeploy a Root House Distillery and save that as well.
Well, more lashers and more lashers currently going on. Upper platform at Ixta power regulation with Spawn Sunders surrounding the base. Oh wow, even double Cobalt Sunders on the capture point, and then a Fury being repaired. Double blockades. This double Fury Sundra taking tons of rocket fire from the spawn room by the Terran Republic, but it is playing miraculously as a powerful force multiplier into the hands of the Vanu Sovereignty. They're taking the base slowly. 80 seconds to go. Terran Republic still got plenty of options. Alright, there goes the Sundra.
30 minutes, half an hour to go.
See the Cobalt Sunder still making use, but there we go, it goes down. Terran Republic applying more pressure. It looks like they're beginning to get guys in the capture point. To population numbers, they outnumber the Vanu Sovereignty 60 to 40. I think it's really just, yeah, they've got numbers from the flank.
up in the far north at Kessel's Crossing. It's an even pop fight, and this is the whole thing. You know, it's basically been almost 50-50 fights everywhere. And this is a great base to try and hold. But it's also a great base for the defenders to try and set up some flanks and come from an unexpected angle to get onto the A point. The TR are finally making their push onto the A point to kick the NC off here at Kessel's. And there actually weren't a lot of maxes. I think we're late enough in the match, we're starting to see resource starvation. The ability to pull those maxes, the ability to spam those grenades is becoming really, really difficult as we get closer to the end of this match.
And the thing is, the VS have kind of almost expended their push. The Terran Republic seems to be stabilizing along their front, possibly even trying to take Eastern Substation back. Ziggurat's being saved, East Southern Pass has been saved, extra power regulation has been saved, yes, they lost Gurney Dam, looks like they're making small token saves at Nason's Defiance. Woodman ASC has been saved. They lost Eastern Akan Storage Depot, but that means they only need to defend now Hate Skydock. And Kessel's is the linchpin in the north, which they need to save.
And I thought that the TR had taken this back, but the NC came back with a vengeance. I'm actually seeing Empire-specific heavy versus Empire-specific heavy here. The TR crashed in with lots of chain guns, and lots of jackhammers just pushed them back off.
Wow, and in fact, it's down in the south at Root House Distillery. The NC has a huge max force, very big resource play going on, Root House Distillery, and they're going to get it in 22 seconds, and the VS could be close to losing their lead here, because the NC is going to get close. This is going to be razor close, within one base, I think, should the NC take Root House Distillery. And 11 seconds, 10 seconds, we look outside. There's just too much maxes, too much firepower for the NC. Not enough time, too many spawn options as well. And the VS perhaps are a little bit too late.
The TR managed to get a secondary spawn sunder into Kessel's Crossing. We were talking with Malorn about this. They basically put one opposite of where their spawn is, and the NC just weren't prepared for that. They were all looking one direction, and all the TR finally came in from the other direction and took this back at Kessel's.
Well, New Conglomerate, they get themselves Root House Distillery. They're trying to get Fort Drexler, but it's such a difficult base to take. It's a powerful defensive force for Huracan Amp Station. The NC's actually, population-wise, they have a lot more population at Huracan Secure Storage than it actually appears, because looking at the two territories, they're close. Believe this or not, if the NC gets this, they're going to take the lead. From being picked on and down to 21%, they've come back, and they're about to hit 34% if they get Huracan Secure Storage. Oh, but, yep, 40 seconds to go. They've got the bridgeway. They don't necessarily have a flank, they don't have an additional sunder as far as I can see on the mini-map, but they're holding the bridge. Are the VS going to redeploy in? Not enough. I don't think they'll pull this off unless they 30 seconds to go, it's a long way to go. They need to have like some sort of fly-in or gal reinforcements. We can see the NC's actually bringing in additional reinforcements right now with beacons and drops. I think the NC's going to take the lead in 19 seconds. What a turnaround.
This main bridge, they have to be coming from another direction, and because they're just going to get
Oh,
slaughtered.
Sunder for the VS is coming in again on the west side like they've done before, but it's too little too late. They're not set up, and even C4 and rockets are ready for them. NC's got this pinned down this time. VS are nowhere close to the capture point, and the base is going to fall for NC, and they're going to take the lead now and go up to 34%. There we go. NC takes the lead now. Is that the first time in the game they've taken the lead?
That, I believe, is the first time in the game, and that means that this is something we never had happen in the other three-way, and it's very rare in our two-ways.
Thing is, though, the problem is the Vanu Sovereignty now, they're actually pushing Ixtab Power Regulation with a minute to go, so I'm going to go there next. But they're also pushing Ixtab Power, Ixtab Southern Pass, and that's a 96 plus. That is a huge play. But at the same time, there is a massive Terran Republic force at Eastern Substation, and that could potentially redeploy to one of their being cap bases by the VS. So even though the NC's got this, if the TR takes something off the VS, they'll go up to 34% as well. You might actually have... Can we have a tie in this?
You can't have a tie. There is no way to tie on Hassan, but you can have a last-minute moment kind of thing. Now, interestingly, at Huracan South, there were some VS Galaxies that came in just a couple seconds too late. I think you'd already left the base by that
Terran
time.
Republic saved Ixtab Power Reg, and it looks like they're going to get Southern, and I'm going to go have a look at Southern Pass. Well, actually, tell you what, Eastern Substation, that's probably more important.
one of the big dangers of losing Roothouse Distillery for the VS is, yeah, they can save Fort Drexler, but it opened up TAC on storage again. And we've been back there so many times in that base. And I imagine as a VS on that lane, it's like, oh God, I didn't want to have to go back there. And now they're going to have to go and resecure that base again.
I mean, you can see the Terran Republic forces, there's barely any Vanu. Barely any Vanu with 19 seconds to go on Eastern Substation. They've just given it up. There's not actually that many TR, assuming it's rendering correctly in terms of population numbers. Terran Republic actually left. They left Eastern Substation early to go back to Ixtab Southern Pass. The numbers are slightly growing, or no, Ixtab Power Regulation. So they realised they probably can't save Ixtab Southern Pass, and they've made a play for at least one base to save. So it looks like they'll get a base and make a base save, as opposed to, well, if they pay attention, dude behind you. He's stalling for time. The Terran Republic should have this base. Oi, come back to the point. Come back to the... Dude, the point isn't yours. Come back to the point. There's so few Terran Republic, they've given up on the capital Eastern Substation. Only like 3 guys can save this for the Vanu Sovereignty. There we go. This guy knows what he's doing. Tech Sergeant, Server Smash. He finally gets to the point, and there he goes through. That was sketchy, man. That could have gone either way because they gave that up.
What was his number?
126.
126.
So Eastern Substation falls back for the TR, and it looks like the VS are trying.
Oh, but look, they've mega redeployed an extra power regulation, so they're they're going to take 2 bases anyway.
And the thing is that TAC on storage is still ticking down. I'm wondering if they're trying to play these timers. They got 2 minutes left on TAC on and only 1:10 left on Ixtab. That's cutting it awfully close. We've seen how tenacious it is for point holds at TAC on. That may not be enough time to actually redeploy those people over. You might have to send other VS forces to actually get that base.
As this game has gone on, more and more heavy assaults have swapped from the Orion to the Lasher. It is just a Lasher party everywhere. Everywhere.
I mean, when you think about it, is there a better place for it than here?
No, Server Smash, large clip, suppression firepower.
Yeah.
Jungle Monkey 17 from Cobalt. He knows what he's doing.
At TAC on storage, the NC have Sunderers up on the point, which is going to just make this even harder for the VS, and the VS have not deployed enough people in here. Here comes another galaxy of VS trying to get onto the point. At this point, I think they need to be bringing in vehicles trying to get up there and take out... There's another NC Sunderer that's trying to get onto the point here. This is really, really dangerous. It's 1:16 left, and I don't know that there's enough VS that are coming into this base. It's 60-30, though, or 60-40.
There's...
Oh, okay, they're finally pulling those vehicles out.
Oh, the Terran Republic's actually got 57%. That's a lot of grenades on the kill spam, but they're not going to make it in 7 seconds of that, or it's just being on a horrendous lag. They're running on the point. I mean, it's sketchy. I don't see everything going on. Oh, the number of grenades on the upper balcony, they killed everybody off. But there's too many Vanu sovereignties on the capture point. The TR gets there few seconds too late. Again, twin Cobalt Sunderers must have made a helpful defense there. TR gets to the point about 5 seconds too late. They lose Ixtab power regulation, and we are actually in a tied scenario. It is VS 34, NC 34, Terran Republic 31. I knew that would happen. So,
please restart your stream overlays.
But that's not necessarily going to happen. Restart stream overlay?
Yeah, you have capture overlay now.
The VS
restarting it
at 30 seconds, massively redeployed to the capture point of TAC on storage and taken it back.
They've taken it back.
They have taken it back with about 30 seconds remaining. That had to be a resecure from the other base that they were capturing, and they actually have tons of maxes. They saved their maxes to come in here and make this push. They managed to get it back from the NC.
Yep,
and
we see that.
A lot of NC on here.
Now they're making counter push at Brewhouse Distillery as well. Wow, this is possibly... It's super close, because right now the Terran Republic are the whipping boys. Everyone's picking the Terran Republic, sort of, and they're in second place with 31%, but one base, and then against either the VS or NC, and they go into second place. And the VS and the NC, if they want to take a base, they need to take it off each other. We're just watching as what's the flickering. There's more base saves and more base saves going on.
20 minutes to go in the match, guys. 20 minutes.
Gurney Dam. NC's making a play for Gurney Dam. Wow, talk about being awkwardly out of position. Let's go check that out. Just looking for angles, looking for bases to apply pressure. We can see it's a Galaxy drop in. I don't think it's a lot of people, but the fact is, stretch the VS as much as you can, see if you can get a base out of it.
You know, this, we saw that huge rush at 30 minutes. I think we're going to start seeing it now. As it comes down, when you come into that, 12-minute moment, that 15-minute moment, that 8-minute moment, 9-minute moment, right when you can start dropping on certain types of bases. If you want to take a large facility or a 3 cap point base, you got to start going now. It's going to come down to eventually 6 minutes, where that's about when you need to start getting onto a 4-minute cap base just to allow yourself the possibility of them flipping the point back and forth on you. The NC have made a 50-50 pop push onto Hurricane Amp Station that I think they shield broke in there.
Yep, and we see there's 3 minutes to go. This is a small NC force. They're applying pressure to Gurney Dam. They're applying pressure to Hurricane Amp Station with 18 minutes. Okay, fair enough.
They shield broke in. It's a small force. I'd say maybe a squad or two of NC here on the point. And they're losing their Sunders very quickly. So unfortunately, I don't think this is going to last very long for them.
And there's a Kessel Crossings. Yeah, there's a Kessel Crossings push going on. I'm going to go up to Kessel Crossings. I haven't really shown that all stream, right? But we are going to have to do a recap, probably when we get to around the 10-minute marker, to kind of go over the theory crafting here. It's close. There's so much going on. It's impossible to call who gets this.
As I said this, the NC managed to pull 2 more Sunders, so they are still on the point here, and they have 1 outside, so the VS really do need to come here and deal with this right now. I thought it was getting taken care of, but the NC are just absolutely re-securing themselves the capture point of Hurricane Amp Station.
This is interesting. The Terran Republic actually got motion sensors down on Kessel's Crossing, but I'm not seeing the NC in my minimap until I'm right on top of them. I think they might all have motion sensor on. I'm not entirely sure what that purpose that serves. Perhaps it's the minimap not showing me actually accurate updates. Maybe it's because I'm in a vehicle, but 50-50 doesn't look like there's reliable spawns. Although there's an NC max, there's always an NC max, and they're holding the point. I think the Terran Republic's going to come in and take the point back in a sec. Just don't see enough reinforcements or support for the NC forces. Although that being said, no, here we go. Heavy assault kind of flanked from the back. No.
Those Sunders were finally taken care of at Hurricane Amp Station, and the VS came back down through the back elevators and have wiped the point clear. A really tenacious point hold here from the NC. They lost their Sunders the first time, and they managed to pull a whole bunch of others that it didn't look like they were going to be able to.
It's a ferocious defense by the NC at Kessel's Crossing. They're actually got 2-to-1 numbers now. They're increasing the numbers, and I can only really see the TR numbers on the minimap. They're bringing in maxes, and looks like Briggs forces are coming in. It's going longer than it should have done. This should have been saved around the 2-minute marker. Maybe the Terran Republic just doesn't have the forces, but it's a really well done play by the NC at the sections. Their maxes are being well nurtured and taken care of, engineer support, and they're just doing good flanking fire and cover for each other at this area. And they're just picking off the Terran Republic as they're coming in and not getting themselves exposed to the point where they can't be res themselves. Bizarrely, I think the NC might actually get Kessel's Crossing. Unless the TR gets increasingly desperate, they are losing this at 56%. They don't have the population. They've got vehicles on the outside. I don't even think the NC has a Sunder at this point. Let's go have a look.
It's 56-44 right now as far as in the NC's favor of population, but that base can swing so fast. Be looking for a TR Sunder to be on the opposite side of the base to allow them to spawn in. That's how they beat them last time.
Okay, so the NC Sunder finally goes down. They've still got Valkyrie and a second Sunder getting set up. They've still got the capture point. This is astonishing. The New Conglomerate is going to get Kessel's Crossing. Now, we might not have all the facts here from the minimap details, but the Terran Republic multiple times has been in the capture point. And is this it? Is this finally going to be it when they take the capture point back? A lot of dead NC here on the cap point. 18 seconds to go. Here come the Terran Republic maxes. Now they're finally on the capture point. They don't have enough Pugu yet to flip the point, but they've got max support, picking off all the New Conglomerate squishies. 12 seconds, 11 seconds. This is a lot closer than it should be. Finally it flips with the Terran Republic. And they had to spawn in 45%. So if the map is accurate on Kessel's Crossing, then they did bring back a 50-50 fight, but it doesn't look like the NC's got proper spawn options. Some reinforcements for NC dropping back in, perhaps from air. We see perhaps a squad coming in. Oh, but here they're getting flanked by the Terran Republics from the east side.
At the same moment that they were resecuring Kessels, the NC, as the TR were resecuring Kessels, the NC resecured, or tried to resecure Roothouse Distillery. Unfortunately, they haven't taken out the spawns of the VS, so there are lots of Scat Maxes guarding this point now, but I'm waiting to see if the VS can manage to push in and just take this Cat point back.
With 14 minutes to go, there has to be another base flip, right? I mean, the Terran Republic is making a big play in construction site Beta currently in the north as we do have an overlay. They've made the save in Kessel's Crossing, but it still seems somewhat sketchy, although without spawns I think the NC are going to give up and go back and save construction site Beta. Eastern Akan Storage Depot has a large NC force, that's going to be saved. Akan, Southern Labs, very low numbers, not really a serious attack. Broken Vale Garrison, large number of NC, probably only a small attacking force with the VS or TR, so that should, in theory, be saved. Nason's Defiance is secure. Gurney Dam was taken by the NC. What's going on? How did we miss that? I don't believe that. There we go.
Yeah, I missed it as well.
Ixtab power regulation, huge numbers of Terran Republic, over a platoon at Ixtab power regulation. They should get that. Ixtab Southern Pass was being attacked by the TR, is now being saved by a platoon's worth of Vanu sovereignty. They could go to Ixtab power regulation quite easily to make a save. There's a small number at Eastern Substation of VS attacking the TR. Nettlemar Gardens, 2 squads perhaps, 1-2 squads of VS making a save in Nettlemar. That's the Terran Republic out of the way. In terms of the new conglomerate VS fight going on, Roothouse Distillery is still being saved by the NC, so that's good for them. Fort Drexler down to 4 minutes. Big play by the NC trying to get Fort Drexler back, and they also made a save on Hurricane Secure Storage. And the Terran Republic is doing Broken Vale.
At Roothouse Distillery, it took an entire room of shotgun guerrillas to get the VS off of here. So many so that they actually weren't able to flip the point, and you could hear them in proxy chat yelling for engineers and medics to come up to just help flip the point. But the NC look like they have this now, and I think that they've taken care of a lot of the spawns that the VS were using to come back and try and resecure this point.
And the new conglomerate forces that were at Kessel's Crossing, they came back and they've pushed off the Terran Republic that was at Construction Site Beta. So the next likely base, bizarrely, there's a tiny fight going at Broken Vale. Look at that. There must be like 5 people at Broken Vale. Go check that out. Can you go have a look at Ixtab power regulation and see the likelihood of Terran Republic taking that base, please? Alright, try not to be as jerky with the camera. Here we are. Yeah, so the point... Okay, a full squad of new conglomerate has come in to guarantee the save in Broken Vale. Actually, 2+ squads, half a platoon plus, has come in and saved Broken Vale that could have been used elsewhere. And we've got half a squad saving Akan Southern Labs. So there's like a whole platoon of new conglomerate just making some base saves on small distraction forces. Ixtab power regulation heading over there.
Yeah, Ixtab Power has a very nice TR setup here with Sunderers guarding the exits, the likely exits for the VS. I don't see enough VS spawning in right now to even make a push.
It's not quite the same thing. It's not the Lasher Disco Show, is it? A Viper Lightning. Oh wait, it's a high explosive HE Lightning. Has got himself onto the capture point with double Fury Sunderers. I like the force multipliers. Not seen the Lightning before, so that's kind of cute. He's kind of got his rear exposed to the main spawner mentions. Oh, fair enough. It's his decision how he wants to set it up.
I do not see Ixtab Power getting resecured here.
No, not in 7 seconds. So the NC's actually technically slightly in the lead. And I think they're continued because this is a TRVS flip. Yeah. So the NC is still just in the lead. And if TR gets Ixtab Southern Pass, I don't think it's enough because it's taking territory off the Vanu Sovereignty. It's not taking territory off the new conglomerate. That's the key right now. With 10 minutes to go, it's the NC that you want to take territory off.
And with 10 minutes to go, it means that a lot of these larger bases are just out of play. They take 7 minutes to cap, but when you think about the time to travel there, that what happens if they push you off once, you're really cutting it close. Once 10 minutes hits, you're really down to only small bases that you can go after.
Very large max force. Looks like the Terran Republic are mostly confined to the capture point building of Ixtab Southern Pass. They don't really want to push out and hold the the bridgeways, possibly just due to the discouraging amount of lasher fire that's going on, perhaps the Air Force. Although there is no Air Force at the moment for TR or for VS, although TR's got the Galaxies. 60 seconds to go. Smoke has been popped by the VS. Are they going to make a play here to try and get Ixtab Southern Pass back? I don't know, and the fact is the VS are actually still capturing Eastern Substation.
10 minutes left.
Oh wait, no, it's flicking back.
10 minutes to go.
So the Terran Republic's making a save in Eastern Substation because they've got 60%, and they're still making the play. Alright, here comes the numbers. You see that on the minimap? Massive numbers of Vanu. This is the play now to get the base back. 34 seconds. That's a long run. You just need to stall for 30 seconds. It's totally doable. The Max is just running right past. If you're Terran Republic, try and avoid the Maxes. I know that's really hard, and kill off the squishies. Here come the light assault forces on the roof. With 20 seconds to go, it is pretty biting stuff. 20 seconds to go. The VS should have this. With the amount of forces they're firing in and a galaxy incoming, has he got a squad dropping down? No, maybe it's bulldogging. But some people in the capture point, it's super close. 10 seconds, they go to Max, they're falling back to the capture point. TR might pull this off actually. I don't see the VS forces on the capture point yet contesting, and with 6 seconds to go, extra reinforcements from the Terran Republic, they're all on the capture point. The VS don't want to show themselves in the building. Max forces, they're getting bombarded by the Air Force, but they're gonna get it. And they do. Terran Republic takes 6th Southern Pass. But it doesn't really matter in terms of who's first place. It just means the Terran Republic gets slightly closer. They're in 2nd place. New Conglomerate is still first. Vanu Sovereignty has fallen into 3rd place. Right. Oh my goodness. The NC's pushing Outpost Lambda now. They're really going all the way around.
This, they saw that weak spot. Once they managed to actually secure Hurricane secure storage, and they pushed into Gurney Dam, that was a huge thing. They got into the weak part. And something that's been very sad for the VS is they had Fort Drexler, and outside of their one push into Iron Quay, they
didn't go anywhere.
Resecure it. They've never been able to have Fort Drexler at 0% to be able to push out of it. That's a huge benefit to the NC to defend.
So here's the thing for you, right? Here's a thought for thought. We're 8 minutes, okay? If the TR loses a base to the VS, they can still win if they take a base off the NC, because a base off the NC is a big number flip, and even losing one base to the VS, they'll still get maximum numbers, if my thinking here is correct. Which means, when you get to somewhere close to that 5-minute timer in about 2 minutes, you would put, they're doing it right now, Broken Vale Garrison. I was about to say you'd go to Broken Vale Garrison because that is the easiest base to take, right? So if you apply all your numbers right now in Broken Vale Garrison, because if you flip the point, it's got 3 minutes to go when you flip it. Case in point right now, 2 minutes 46 seconds, we're going to go there next. If you take that base, you win. The Terran Republic would win. They still need to kind of hold, at least prevent the VS from taking 2 bases from them, and they need to prevent losing any other base to the NC. And we can see the NC's pushing Kessel's Crossing really hard right now. Hade Skydock probably won't matter if you can keep 1 point, but if they can push Broken Vale super hard and save Kessel's Crossing, the Terran Republic wins. And the Vanu Sovereignty is going to have to take at least 1 base from the NC or 2 bases from the TR to get the winning spot.
And you can see already the TR are making their moves where they need to. They have a large force at Eastakon. They are slowly pushing into Gurney Dam, although unfortunately it looks like the NC have put population there. And that's really the areas they need to be pushing. They need to be pushing Eastakon, they need to be pushing Gurney Dam, they need to be pushing Broken Vale Garrison, like you mentioned. And
oh no! There's a crucial spawn Sundra overlooking the Broken Vale Garrison, and I think it was Seb from Miller TR who came in with the Valkyrie, dropped 3 of these guys onto the deployment Sundra. They all dropped C4 and killed each other without killing the Sundra. That's huge because the NC's still spawning in. Oh, sorry, the Seb is the Sundra belonging to perhaps Miller NC. Or it could be someone else. But anyway, the point is, this Sunder's alive, it's being repaired, the Valkyrie push on it's failed, and now the new Conglomerate forces have got an easy respawn in, they're 61% and they're taking Broken Vale Garrison back. And they still have 2-to-1 population advantage at Kessel's Crossing, which was very close last time. It looks like the TR is trying to apply pressure on a number of NC bases to get the flip, and we're down to the 5 minutes 50 second marker, and the NC is still clawing away at the lead. Alright, so what are we looking at here? Gurney Dam is being attacked by the TR. That's a big play. Hurricane Secure Storage, bigger numbers for the VS, although it's actually 50-50 if you look at Hurricane Amp Station and Hurricane Secure Storage. I'm going to go check that out. What else is going on? The Broken Vale has been saved, the Eastern Acan isn't going to go through. It's the Kessels. Right now, it's the one in the north, and it's the Kessel's Crossing, and it's the base cap going on at Hurricane Secure Storage. These are the 2 big ones, because they can flip it either way for NC or VS take the lead.
And Eastern Substation is still falling, and it was falling for the Ziggurat. I can't imagine that the TR aren't going to hop their people over to Eastern Substation and go deal with the VS over there. At this point, it's just who slips up with putting their forces where they need to go. One mess.
Getting very close. On 5 minutes to go, we're getting super close to the point of no return on small outposts. Once we get under 4 minutes, fresh base captures won't matter anymore. New Conglomerate makes the save on Huracan Secure Storage. It looks like they're going to make the save in Gurney Dam as well. They're not going to get Fort Drexler. They're not going to get Tac on Storage. It's unlikely they'll get Vital Storage. The VS needs to really push forward the next 40 seconds to try a small base capture, otherwise they're going to be out of luck. Terran Republic's got 2-to-1 numbers going at Eastern Acan Storage. The NC is actually pushing Woodman ASC with small numbers, even though the Terran got numbers, but that's 60 seconds to go. If the NC got Woodman ASC, that's brutal, because then they actually get an additional lead against the Terran Republic, which is their closest rivals. At the moment, go ahead.
So the VS have saved the best for last. If you come over to Eastern Substation, this is a Sunder parking lot on the point right here.
Eastern Substation.
There is a TR Galaxy that's trying to drop people on there, but nobody brought enough C4 for this.
4 minutes left in the match.
Looks like Terran Republic saved Woodman ESC. We're under 4 minutes, so new base captures. Once the small base has been saved, won't go through. Terran Republic is...
Hey guys.
Let's see, losing the capture point with 2 minutes to go. VS, as you're saying, yep, that is a lot of Sunderers. A lot of grenades, AV grenades going off. Trying to get inside! Wow, you're not kidding here, dude. This is brutal. I wouldn't want to try and get this. Vanus Sovereignty, the thing is, it's not going to get them the lead though. They'll get the base. TR technically can afford to lose this base, bizarrely, but they need to either save the Ziggurat or take an NC base, and they're also losing Kessel's Crossing. So this is actually all working in favour of NC, because the NC needs to just hold on to what they've got. Big Root House Distillery is huge. Actually, you know what? Root House Distillery doesn't matter, because it's 3 minutes 23 and there's only 3 minutes 10 on the clock, which means the entire platoon plus VS forces at Root House Distillery does not matter. They need to leave and go somewhere else. The cap that's going on at Huracan Secure Storage, that does matter, so they should go there.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It's under.
No, the alert timer is faster than the Keter.
Oh, geez, look at that. It's 2 minutes 56 and it's 2 minutes 51. You're right. So the Huracan Secure also does not matter.
Ziggurat, however, does. It's 144, I believe.
Ziggurat matters. Eastern Substation matters. I tell you what, actually, if the VS gets both of these, I still don't think it's enough. It's too close to call. But it doesn't matter, because the TR is going to lose it to the NC. I think the NC may have somehow managed to pull this off because they get Kessel's Crossing in the north.
There is just a massive resecure of VS pop here to the Ziggurat. I can't even count the little dots on my minimap that are all just standing on the point. They are not going to let anyone come get this from the minute 27 left.
Alright, I'm going to jump to Poonana's channel for one brief second, see what his opinion is on Freedom winning.
Too late, way too late.
Hey guys, so Poonana's, just before we're reaching to the end here, Kessel's Crossing, what's going on there? Did they just make a save?
I'm watching Woman ASC. I'm actually watching Woman ASC.
Yes!
Kessel's looks like it has a big save on it, but Woman ASC looks like it's going to be the clutch save. I'm going to rush over to Kessel's and take a look for you real quick.
Right now, New Conglomerate's winning. It looks like they may actually win the whole kind of world record faction smash. What's your opinion on that? Do you think they'll pull it off?
Oh, okay. Dude, you know how much I love freedom. And you know how much DNC. But they have Kessel's locked down. I think they have Woodman. Woodman is going to be a take.
6
That is
seconds.
a take. That is a point.
5 seconds.
That is a
4
seal
seconds.
the deal. They are within seconds of sealing that deal.
No!
And
TR comes in and switches it again.
Oh wow, yeah.
Come in and saved
No,
it.
it switched again. Oh my god.
It has been a swing back and forth.
Alright, I'll leave you two guys who can jump back.
I think it's really the deal sealer.
We're looking at the map. It's so close to call. There's nothing to actually flipping it. What is going on up there? It looks like the Terran Republic's making a save of Woodman ASC. What is going on north at Kessel's Crossing?
Kessel's is just, it's a back and forth. I mean, I can't even tell who's alive, who's dead. It's just res grenades and maxes, and it's red and blue all over the place, and the point is just flipping both ways.
On the 0 second marker.
Possibly get. It's on the 0 second marker, absolutely.
20
Oh, come on, load. Oh! What? Nope. Okay, my game's kept. Wow, that's a lot of people just died. Okay. But the base is still Terran Republic.
10 seconds.
I got a 13,000 ping, man.
Wow, I think we just killed the server, dude.
Kessel's Crossing caps in favor of the NC.
Yep, we just... Really? Because I'm... Oh, well, there it goes. Okay. And the alert ends. There we go, the alert ends. The new conglomerate is victorious and they captured the continent.
Congratulations to the NC for winning the alert and winning the record smash.
What an amazing... Oh, and we all died.
Oh, we all died. Even the observer cameras died. It's psychedelic.
I'll die in 20 seconds, man. I got 20,000 ping.
I think that's perhaps some dev rotations going on there.
Oh wow, I've got 26,000 ping. What the hell?
Yeah.
Right. Well,
wow.
I'm hoping that our GM here makes an announcement.
He already did. He said, congratulations, Planetside 2 community. You were part of the official world record at 1,158 players. The team really appreciate your participation.
1,158.
I'll be that fun.
Too shy of an Araxium?
Yep.
I mean, we're too short of an Araxium. For reals? No. The observers count. See, the observers, we all count because we took part as well, right? we're more than Araxium.
So what an awesome event, guys. I mean, that was just amazing, especially at the end, that back and forth. And every single empire held the lead once. You can't say that one empire just absolutely steamrolled the other one. Every empire had an opportunity to win. Every empire held the lead at some point and really, really made some great moves and got a lot of great territory gains. It just came down at the last moment to the NC playing their cards right at the...
There is a huge, and this is better if you're an NC character, party going on to the new conglomerate warp gate.
I'm sure there is.
Right, I'm gonna mute the sound here for a second because this is way too loud. Okay, so while we've got this going on, one sec. Let's do a quick stats readown. Can we get the just the other channels, casters together? We'll get them all together. We'll do a kind of a post-game interview. But right now, I'll just run down some of the final game stats. So if you're not aware of what's going on, we did get the world record. We got 1,158 official players in a single FPS battle, too short of Araxium, but let's be clear here, the observers probably counted, so it's over Araxium. Huge amounts of DACA going on in this warp gate. Right, so some stats, okay, for you. Kill totals, we had a total 53,997 kills over this 2-hour period. And some other things, we take the kill graph. We can see it's very close to call. We see the VS and TR probably on top, NC slightly below. We can also see that from the numbers. Some kind of player stats, top kills, 314 kills, okay.
Higby says hat power.
Yeah, hat power. Everyone's going to blame the hat, man. Some top outfits, probably just kind of names. We see Briggs is kind of playing up. We got some Emerald, some Connery, assuming that the members of said outfits are actually accurate. Future Crew's 8-man team did extremely well, as did Tool for their kind of rating. Oh no! There we go. Stats page going wonk, and the Galaxy, get out of my way, dude! Oh, the map timeline. Is this accurate and fixed, Maelstrom?
Should be.
Nice. So we actually see... Here we go, guys. This is the... That's a Galaxy mail up. Right, I'll give you a better view here as you warp out just for a second. So you can see in the timeline, at the beginning, the Terran Republic starts strong, and in the first quarter, they actually get themselves in a very strong position and hold this right up to about the halfway marker, and that's when they start falling down. And then both other factions and the VS start coming down, and it's going back and forth, and the NC claws it back from being picked on to being just so close, and then finally taking the lead at the end. That's a fantastic comeback there, and just shows what happens in three-way games, how it can come and go at any time. Right, so I guess we'll drop down to the interview channels and have a quick chat with their other kind of casters, see how they all felt that went. One sec. Hey guys, how you all doing?
It is amazing.
Hey guys, how you doing? How was that for you guys for watching, casting, streaming?
It was a really really tight fight at the end. It was amazing.
I'm like having to pull out of the warp gate to be able to have a conversation with you guys because there's so much noise. But the NC, the whole time, what they did was they balanced. They balanced. They waited for 2 minutes.
They were down to 21% at one moment.
Yes,
They were so
they
low.
really
29, or there they go.
Pounded by the Vonu pretty hard. But up north, all they did was balance. That's all it was manage logistics, wait for 2 minutes for the cap, and go pop in a clutch save. Clutch save, clutch save. Both TR and NC were clutch masters. And the whole time, that's all they did. There was a trade there at the end between Woodman. Really freaking great trade. It actually worked out really good for the NC. NC were able to seal out the pop cap at the end. And the whole time, that's all it was logistics and clutch. Logistics, clutch. That's all they did.
Something
But
that
in my vocabulary, it wasn't logistic clutch. In my vocabulary, it was freedom and then more freedom. And then a little bit of eagle.
And nothing to do with all those freebie hats being handed out by Higby.
Oh my God, right? Higby dropping in the cowboy hats. Like, you know, I complain a little bit about Higby, mostly because I think my hair is better than his. But the cowboy hats was a good touch.
The real problem is you got cowboy hats instead of berets.
Ah,
Dude,
there you go.
Dude, in all fairness, berets are lame. Cowboy hats are awesome. But in all fairness, that is a little bit biased because I am a Texan native. Also, I am drunk. I'm drunk as hell because the chat room kept telling me to drink.
One thing that we noticed was this was by far the most even fight that we've had. I mean, every single Empire held the lead at one point. Every single Empire had massive pushes, and there were times late in the game that we could look at it and say, wow, the VS really got what they needed and they're going to push. Wow, the TR really are up and have everything they need. Wow, the NC do. It was just crazy, and it really came down to, as Poonaner said, it was force allocation at the right time. Since we have some of the force organizers in here, can you guys tell me what was some of the thoughts about when to push? We saw a push from the VS around 36 minutes, and we saw the real big push from the NC around 19 minutes. What was going on in your command chats?
Start with the TR, I guess.
Sure, TR. Unfortunately, Anga's muted.
I was going to
so
say
he
if
can't.
they're in here.
VS, if you're in here.
muted.
Yeah.
I'm in
hello.
here.
What's up?
Hang on. Let me grab the force lead.
Is the NC force lead in here?
I think everybody's celebrating right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's here.
NC's here.
So yeah, NC Force Lead, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us, about the end there. When did you try and push? Was that deliberate? You were deliberately waiting for a time, or did you wait till certain bases fell your way, or what happened there?
Hi, I'm our Tiger from Miller 252V. I think we lost Fort Drexler, which wasn't in our plan at all. So at that point, we realized we couldn't really get past Hayes Skylock and Fort Drexler, so started going around the other bases. And we just pushed when we had the opportunity to. The VS and the TR got bogged down in some of their own fighting, so we just pushed the bases as we could. About 15 minutes left, we just went full-out attack.
As a player from Miller, right, how does it feel to win a server smash style game, Tiger?
Very good.
All it took was help from everybody else.
The massive
I think
NC Galaxy pile over in Eden's Defiance right now.
I'm watching it right now, yeah. For those of you who care, I've actually switched on, just for this, I've switched on my personal channel at Odin's Pride just to let you guys watch this.
Yeah, we had said at the beginning we didn't want everyone at the same base, but now that the record's had and the event's over, they're just having a big old Galaxy pile over the central base.
Yeah, I actually saw. There's a TR one.
Let's talk for a second about that VS NC lane. That's where Shock and Diz were, and they kept on saying, that it was a lot of infantry tactics when we went down there, and that tack-on fight was just back and forth. One guy, one person would get it, another person would get it. What finally swung it for the VS to get Fort Drexler?
Well, let me see if the Force Lead has gotten here yet. I don't know.
I think from the NC side, I think it was just that the TR were pushing us on some bases that we didn't really want to lose, so we couldn't throw more numbers at Fort Drexler. But they had some very good they were killing us. We were trying to bring in Sunders from the north to get some different spawn options in. But the fight was just so huge that it's more about human wave tactics than anything else, I think.
You were the NC first command, right?
Yep.
Okay, to congratulate you, I was the TR first command.
Hey guys, just on the short side though. Apparently we crashed Google Documents.
Cool, nice.
I got the feeling we crashed the server at the end.
Crashed Jaeger, but we crashed Google. Okay,
Yes,
well, that's
There's definitely a word
That's
reckoning
one
that
for the
too.
history.
we had to crash something, guys. It just wasn't going to be Planetside if something didn't crash. Come on.
A question for you, Negator, right, is when we were watching the game, as the game progressed along further and further and further into it, I kept seeing more and more Vanu Sovereignty heavy assaults using the Lasher. How did you lose with all that Lasher spam?
Nothing to do with me at all.
Sorry, the lashes were just insane, annoying, eating up frame rate, especially me coming from Europe. It is, me coming from Europe, I already have a difficulty there. At a certain point, I had a lag compensation of 1011 milliseconds. That's more than a second. And it just told me, weapon shot invalid, I was throwing nades and 30 seconds later I got a hit marker.
Well, am I talking? Where am I?
Yes, you're talking.
Yeah, you're fine.
Sorry, I'm like, there's so many people in the channel. At Fort Drexler, we saw that there was a 3-point base, and at the top, or at, like a 3-point point, at the top of that point, there was like 45 VS Lashers shooting at a point, like at the spawn room, and that was extremely terrifying. Because
it's not even shooting at
as a
anybody.
TR, that was pretty terrifying to watch. We saw it on our end as well.
Yep,
I played in it.
I believe we have. I believe we have the
order-
VS leads that were here in that area now.
Was the order for that basically just if there's a doorway, shoot at it? It doesn't matter if you see someone or not.
Which one was this?
This was you.
All of them, Lashers.
Well, Fort
everywhere.
Drexler
which one in
specifically.
Oh, yeah, that may have been me.
No,
I
was
had
that for you?
4 squads of Lashers on that
I hate
base. Well, we couldn't hit anything because we all had over 1,000 latency. So the idea was, if we can't aim at anything, let's make a death field, our own pain field. So we did with Lashers.
It seemed to work. It was very visually impressive.
Dam.
Don't act like you don't know about lag wizardry.
So, what? I'm just going to go through the forces here. From NC's perspective, we just were talking NC. From VS perspective, what do you think was the best fight? What was the best moment of the match for VS?
Come to check for BC. Best fight of the match was definitely our Drexler push, because when we say that as a fight, that went for an hour and a half to fucking get there and then win it. So that was definitely by far the best fight. Although there was some pretty awesome skirmishes on the TR front.
Genesis terraforming was really fun a couple of times as well. I have to say that I think those two are my favourite fights, but the most epic one was probably when we took Ixtab Power, because I've actually have a video of so many Lashers. The individual plasma balls weren't rendering, shooting at the spawn point from the upper level inside the point.
We got that as well. We were watching that disco party. It was pretty intense.
And TR, what was your TR? What was your favorite fight or your biggest moment?
Entire match, but definitely the save of the most northern base.
On Castles?
Yeah, Castles Crossing.
So,
like that last fight was intense. Like, I had 30 seconds latency at the end.
the last one was crazy.
Yeah,
we all got.
The point hadn't flipped yet.
Yeah. The question I've got now is, where is Higby now that his faction's won, and will the NC be nerfed as was the intended winning faction?
Yeah, we all said, whoever wins gets nerfed.
Where's the button for the instant nerf?
Well, we're getting the Ravens nerf next patch. So.
Well, there
you
go.
Beforehand, though, that doesn't
Just
count.
one
needs to find something new.
So
167
NC
damage on him.
And NC,
Check
I have
basic.
to ask. Lindsay, I have to ask, how much did the cowboy hats play a role in your victory today?
I know they're pretty
cowboy
good.
hats.
They're pretty good at defending against lasher spam. So
They may not admit it.
Nerf cowboy hats.
They may not believe it, but the cowboy hats brought so much freedom that no amount of Phoenix spam could believe that that freedom was unstoppable.
He is really drunk.
Oh yeah, he is. In all fairness, yes. The chat kept making up drinking games that got kind of out of hand.
So for the people who actually played in the match, how did this compare to live? I mean, this is as close as we've come in Server Smash to what a pop-locked continent,
This is bigger than a pop-locked continent. They took off the caps.
Oh my God.
They did take off the caps.
This
So
is better than
what did it
live
seem?
has ever been. Oh my
It doesn't
God!
seem
I
that
love the way the live plays, especially when you have a huge alert going. But
I have
it's
to
never
imagine
been this
this
awesome.
match. I have to imagine this match was how Miller feels on pretty much a daily basis.
Really?
Pretty much.
Miller plays
The
as well.
ping was a lot higher, I have to say.
Well,
the
the
ping
the
generally
ping
sits
is
at about average
200.
80 if you're lucky, up to 500. I was rarely under 1,000. And
okay,
I need to play
I feel
Miller
like I
more.
should say
Apparently,
something
I just
because
gotta play Miller.
we had we had a set number of accounts that we were pushing for, and we gave out. But nobody knows this, I don't think. But SOE was like in our ear, being like, "Yeah, no, put more people in. Yeah, put more. No, we can totally. The server can handle it. Yeah, no, put more.
Yeah.
Put them all in. Do you have reserves? Throw them in."
And
I had about
short of an Araxium.
I had about 60 accounts of extra reserves, and I spent about an hour, getting people to get accounts. I gave all of them out. Everybody was in.
Yeah, so
Dude, kudos off to you European guys who bothered to force command tonight, because force commanding a group that big, oh my God.
You force led an entire continent.
Stress.
The thing I found funniest was that we had a huge force that going down right at the end, and I have no idea where it came from.
To be fair, force commanding this was easier than force commanding a smaller.
Yeah.
That's a lot less stress.
Easier?
Easier.
You thought it was easier?
Easier,
There is
leading this group.
Pick a
leading
date
these
and a place,
people
and I will come
a
and
lot.
buy you a drink in that place. Because oh my God,
No problem.
none of the
This
Emerald,
fucking
none of the
Smash
Emerald Force
was
commanders
so
wanted
much
any part
easier.
of this because of how much
Can we
stress
get
was
some
involved.
discipline here? This is
Hold on.
getting insane.
Yeah, check for BC. Leading this is infinitely easier than leading just your average Smash, because you've got everyone on the same page going in the same direction. There was not one moment on the VS Force Command where I did not have my entire force structure doing what I asked them to do. They followed orders to a letter regardless of what that order was. You try and get that to happen with pubs, and the answer will be somewhere along, go fuck yourself and or your mother.
From Briggs.
By the way, if you want to put it back up, Farah, we had a picture that was sent to us by SOE of David Carey holding the official Guinness World Record certificate. So it's official. I'm sure that's being tweeted out now and everything. But
Do we have accurate numbers for
We do.
the total count?
Final total is 1,158. So
too short of an Araxium.
We broke the record by 258.
Isn't the old record 999?
Here's what's funny: is we all know the server can handle 1,200 if we wanted to.
No, it was crumbling.
We were
It
nice.
was crumbling,
We
yep.
were nice. We were nice.
It's a shame it wasn't an Araxium number. That would
It
have been
is.
perfect.
I keep telling the stream that the observers count, so we're well over the Araxium.
There you go.
Oh, seriously, they counted the observer?
No, they didn't count the observers, but they should.
I didn't.
I
I know.
was playing
I
as
know the
observer.
application I wrote for this did not count observer cams.
No, they didn't. All right, guys. Well, I mean, congratulations to everyone here. Thank you very much for everyone's participation and the hours upon hours upon hours people have spent organizing this and setting it up. Congratulations, Planetside 2 and the community. You now own a Guinness World Record for largest FPS battle, and that
Ever.
is ever. That is definitely an awesome thing to have done today.
All right. And one final thing. Any outfit for the NC that wants personal outfit stroking for doing a badass job, send me a tell in TeamSpeak, and I will come in there and tell you.
There you go.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Pop up with Farah. We're done.
There you go. So, that was that. That was our game. We got the record. It was all great. I guess we got a couple of shout outs. Thanks to all the Planetside Battles admin teams that are helping make this run. The infrastructure of the server reps, the people that got everyone together, all the teams together. Sony Online Entertainment for giving us Jaeger, the accounts, the assistants, all that kind of stuff. So this is all kind of a backslapping well done. We all knew we could do it, and we've pulled it off. And thank you guys for watching the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. It's time to go watch everybody else's stream because there's tons of footage and different kind of ways of looking at stuff. So go watch that and check it out. Post it on Reddit, see what you felt, all that kind of stuff. And I guess my last words are, as Planetside Battles as a group, we've got other things coming up. Maybe some Server Smash stuff, some Planetside League stuff, some Outfit stuff. So if you want to check that out, just go to planetsidebattles.org. That's the one I'm not going to really hark on about it too much. If you want to find out some more interesting things about our things in the future that we're going to do. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again.